Good afternoon and welcome along to the Modus Super Series, where it's Friday and everything comes down to the boil on Friday. And it's going to be a really intriguing couple of sessions here at the Live Lounge in Port. So Group C is going to come to its culmination this afternoon, where 5 out of the 6 players are very much in the race for 2 spots through.
Well, we can't comment on that when he's not here to defend himself.
Well, suddenly, Lishman's turning it on. Tops. Free. Take his first leg out. Double 19 caused him issues yesterday, but no problem there. Thornton, where we asked the question, who's the best player about a tour card right now? Armstrong has beaten some of the best about a tour card, and he does it with shots like that.
Hit the board well, Danielsson there.
It's down to go up. Bullseye for the 167. Oh, that is magnificent. Yeah, it was a really good session in Group C yesterday afternoon, and we are hoping for more of the same on Friday. I'm happy to say we're going to be watching it in the company of Laura Turner. Laura, first things first, you were here last night for Group B, where it was a very good evening for Sebastian Wawrzewski.
Yeah, by far the standout player of the session, and even when he was pushed right at the very end, one of the best games came at the very last one, and he just had a level. We did suspect he did, but yeah, looking very comfortable in Group B.
So Sebastian Wawrzewski tops the par, 8 points to his name. Paul Hogan on 6, the rest on 2, and we'll rewatch that action from 10 o'clock this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel. But this afternoon is all about Group C, where things really are intriguingly laid going into the final day's play. It's Tommy Lishman that's top of the table, average of in excess of 91 for the day yesterday. There was a couple of disappointments on Wednesday, but it's fair to say that he put them to bed yesterday.
Yeah, it's that kind of, excuse me, it's that last chance, isn't it? Obviously, probably disappointed to find himself in Group C alongside Robert Thornton, having collated 16 points in Group A. But he's here, and he knows he's got a job to do. It's notoriously difficult to get out of Group C, but he's positioned himself really, really well.
So, Tommy Lishman, top of the pile, but he does have company on 8 points, and that is David Wawrzewski, who is getting better with the appearances here at the Super Series. A real consistent day for him yesterday. He's a player that's been around the circuit for many years, and it looks like now he really is kicking on in his career.
Yeah, 100%. It's he's drawing on that experience that he's had here. As you say, he's one of those ones that's just improving each time, but he finds himself in a very tough group. Well, again, very in a very good position alongside Tommy Lishman, but you've got a chasing pack which includes Robert Thornton, and we know that he does like to qualify for a Saturday night, so it's still quite tight as to who's going to get through. Yeah,
it really is a tight group. But Pontus Danielsson, even though he didn't win a game yesterday, did give himself a highlight moment, the 167, the ADC qualifier from Sweden. He's probably going to have to win every game to have an outside chance of going through the card. But for Pontus, it's a moment which he can most certainly put in the highlights reel.
Yeah, there's stuff to draw on, isn't there, for Pontus? I think, he'll look back on this perhaps, not obviously, as consistent as what he'd need to be. But when you have moments like this, not from his reaction you would tell, but it was a great finish.
So this is the state of proceedings at the halfway point. This is how the table looks. As I say, Tommy Lishman, David Wawrzewski, both on 8 points respectively. Robert Thornton on 6, not out of the equation whatsoever. Darren Armstrong, Mason Whitlock, both on 4 points. So the top two in a very good position. But for Robert, he's definitely not out of it. Darren and Mason aren't if they have a big day today.
Yeah, and you think for Darren or Mason, they're going to have to kind of go through the card, I would say, or get very close to doing that if they're going to stand any chance. But it's those top two for me, and probably Robert Thornton, that are going to be pushing for the top 2 spots.
Well, let's have a look at the odds, see what the bookies think about today's action at the Live Lounge. They go Tommy Lishman off as the 13-10 favourite. David Wawrzewski 15-8. Not really any surprise when you look at the odds as to where the bookies lay their hat.
No, I have to agree. I mean, it obviously follows the format of the table, which is understandable because we are on the last day of play. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything there that I particularly disagree with.
Well, it is 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series over the course of the afternoon. Right, into our first game, and it sees Darren Armstrong in action. He is in need of a big day today if he is to make it through to the finals tomorrow night. Realistically, he feels that he's going to have to go through the card to progress his way through, but we know he's a player very much capable of it. Earlier on this morning, I caught up with him to get his thoughts ahead of day 2. Darren, day 1 for yourself at the Super Series, few wins on the board. Did you feel there was also a couple of points left out there?
Yeah, I started off quite well and got over the line against Robert. And I think the next couple of games, I think I just let a couple of wins slip. But you're playing against quality opposition and it is what it is. I'll just have to pick it up today.
In terms of the performances, you looked like you played okay. Of maybe the key chances, the key times that went against you?
Yeah, I don't think I had the rub of the green, to be honest. I felt as good as I did the last time I was here. It just didn't seem to happen, and hopefully today I can put that right.
In terms of today, do you feel like if you could play at a similar level, you'll be able to maybe get some more results with maybe a little bit of timing on the better side for yourself?
Yeah, I think I need to improve on my scoring a bit, which, hopefully it goes today. But realistically, I probably need to go through the card or at least 4.
I was going to say, it's still a very tight group. Even though you've only won a couple of matches, everybody's still in the mix by and large. So is it a case of you can get off to a really good start, put points on the board, put pressure on the others, that maybe you can make that tell? Yeah,
I think my first game's important because if I win against Pontus, then that puts me on to 6, and then everyone else knows I'm on 6. So then, the next game's key as well. But, I've really got to just take it game by game and hopefully get through.
Also, does it help being the first game of the session because you could put those points immediately on the board?
Well, yeah, that's what I was kind of pleased about because yesterday I won at the end of the day and then I can win again today. So I'm up to 6 from 2. And then hopefully everyone else can think about it and I can just play away.
Well, I wish you well, Darren. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And so we're going to watch Darren Armstrong in action in the first game of the session. He takes on Pontus Danielsson, the Swedish ADC qualifier. For Darren, it's his second appearance. He actually made his debut as an ADC qualifier back in March. Acquitted himself very well, made it through to the Saturday night finals night. Didn't get out of the group, but he's hoping for a return to the Saturday night setup. Up against Danielsson, for whom today is most likely going to be his last day. He can mathematically still qualify, but it feels very unlikely. As for Armstrong, the 48-year-old from Newcastleton in Scotland, former weekly finalist, the 9-dart dazzler, taking on Danielsson, an ADC European qualifier. 32 years of age from Morby in Sweden. And he's done his country very proud. He's done the ADC very proud of his efforts this week as we approach the final day's play as far as the pool stages are concerned. 25 matches to bring you on this Friday afternoon from the Modus Super Series. For the afternoon, it's myself, Henry Deacon, in the company of Laura Turner. Hi, Laura.
Hi, Henry. Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to this
First
Group
leg,
C action.
it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
And there you see the referee, Owen Binks, will be presiding over proceedings all over this afternoon.
81.
Owen Binks, world level official, will be in charge of all of the action.
97.
Resides in Colchester, so this is actually a rarity, the fact he's been able to enjoy the football this week.
No comment.
177.
Well, already a good start for Darren in this first leg. You got the sense that he needed to get out of the gate rather quickly. He said himself in that interview that a fast start was required, and probably completing the card is his most realistic way through.
Yeah, he knows he knows what he needs to do.
59.
Again, it's just, like I say, another... I feel like we say it week in, week out now, but another very, very tough and competitive group. And as you say, there's 6 players in, only 2 go through. There's going to be 4 players that leave here quite disappointed.
And you got the sense before dart was thrown in this group that it was a group with opportunities for each of the 6 players to progress their way through. I don't think anybody would have looked at anyone as a real outsider. And the fact that Darren began the day 4th in the table probably demonstrates how tight a group it is. But he's got off to a good start here in leg 1. Leaving himself on a 2-darter after 12. Doesn't have to attack the bullseye. And so it's going to have a dart at tops. Pins at tops. 15-dart start. It's not a bad way to begin the day for Darren Armstrong.
Second leg, it's Pontus to throw first.
No, he
Game
does lay down a marker. Does Darren Armstrong.
97.
In terms of Darren's numbers yesterday, they were pretty much close by what he's done for the year. In fact, they were very close to what he's done for the year. His 12-month stats in terms of average, 84.45 and 35% on the doubles. His stats for yesterday, 84.69, 35% on the doubles. It's fair to say that Darren Armstrong played to type.
Yeah, 100%.
93.
I just think with some of the games that we've got and some of the competitors in the group, then perhaps if he can just find just a few extra points on that average. And we know with darts, we say it so often, it's all about timing. It's just taking the chances when they're presented to you.
$140.
He's coming out and making a statement so far. The average just under a ton at this present moment in time, and he looks like he could be racing into a 2-0 lead and accruing the break of throw upon Pontus.
81.
Yeah, if Armstrong can find this high level of consistency, you feel it's something that he's going to need to take in the other games, with no disrespect to Pontus whatsoever. He isn't in the match. He's not quite up there with Darren.
Well, that score of 40's only left Armstrong on the fish, but Danielsson unable to truly punish that.
81.
And he leaves himself on a 2-darter. Pontus did take out the 167 yesterday, but the 155 isn't going to follow suit on this Friday afternoon. And so Armstrong back for 89 for the break of throw and a 2-0 lead.
89.
Yeah, once again checking the score. This time he will be looking at the 20 route, which leaves in the vault.
52. Pontus should require 110.
Well, you get the sense that he needs something to light the spark, does Pontus, and this could be exactly that. Double 18 just grazes the inside wire, and so Armstrong
37.
with another chance to get that elusive break. Just about straight in the 5. But no mistake on the double 16. Armstrong 2 to the good.
The leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the meeting yesterday, as mentioned, it was the last game of the session yesterday, and it was Darren Armstrong that won 4-0.
177.
And it was with darts like that.
There's a really weird dynamic to yesterday. Even though you look at the table and it was quite tight on paper, 7 of the 15 matches went by a 4-0 scoreline.
100.
And that's without a couple of other 4-1s being put in the mix as well. Actually, 9 games yesterday had less than 6 legs in. And you compare it to Group A, where you had a whole host of matches that went 4-2 or 4-3. You couldn't have had more of a contrast, but still the points totals are on a fairly even kilter.
Yeah, everyone's kind of beating everyone else, but those 4-0s and 4-1s, they can be quite important in a group that is this tight. We saw it in Group
58.
A when leg difference comes into play, and potentially it could do. Those big results can be they can either be a bonus or they can be a real negative, depending on which end of the result you're on.
Well, at the beginning of the day, there was just 2 points that separated first and third, but in terms of the legs difference, there was 12 legs between Tommy Lishman and Robert Thornton.
81. Darren require 134.
Yeah, we think we know what goes on in these groups, and then something always happens to throw us.
94.
I've decided to give up guessing at this point.
Yeah, it's probably the best way.
Can't be wrong then.
I'm sure we could find a way.
Oh, definitely.
84.
Top to Armstrong for a 3-0 lead. It's been a very measured performance so far. Uses the first star as a perfect guide for the second, clips it off the barrel, and the Scot is 3-0 to the good.
Full flag, it's Pontus to throw first. Game on.
I get the sense that Darren will be really pleased with his opening showing. Average of 85, 3 from 6 on the doubles. Of course, there's still maybe 1 or 2 levels to go, but for an opening performance, there's not a lot to grumble about.
No, I think the key thing here is, performance is brilliant, and it does lay down, just sends out a little bit of a warning to the rest of the field if you do put in a really good performance. But it's about those points, it's about the win, and it's about the leg difference as well.
97.
Darren can win this 4-0. Puts himself right back in the mix.
For Pontus, this must be a horrible scenario right now. You're on the cusp of potentially losing your 6th match of the group. Is it about just trying to keep your head up as much as possible and knowing that qualification probably isn't there now, but you've got the chance to play a few more matches on the stage and just try and enjoy that experience?
140.
Well, yeah, I've been in the situation. When I played here before, obviously didn't get a win under my belt on the first day, which was it's disappointing.
180.
So yeah, you just have to make the most of it. I think the difference is, though, he's been here all week and started strong and has just drifted off slightly. It does become quite soul destroying as a player if you just can't get over the line.
119. Down to 124.
Maybe you should play on the bullseye in the next leg. But this is for the match. Armstrong's not going to take out the 1-2-4, and so Pontus will get a go at the 45. But with Armstrong sat on 32 for the match, this is a sense of must go. 5 for tops. Double 10 doesn't go.
25.
And Armstrong's back for double 16 to get the win.
Yeah, can he use them? Needs to come inside.
16.
Over adjusted, so a chance here for a leg on the board for Danielsson.
Double 10. That grazes the wire. Can he use it as a guide? Yes, is the answer. He gets a leg on the board. He forces Armstrong to serve this match out.
5th leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Well, we have seen comebacks from 3-0 down this week. Pontus hoping to
60.
Do likewise in this encounter.
Yeah, like anything, these matches,
130.
501 points away once again from either staying in the match or winning the match, depending on who you are. And
95.
never actually over until it's over. It's a really strange kind of. It does feel strange in darts. Even more so when you consider we also play set play. That's really you think you're out and you're straight back in it.
The thing I love about set play is you can miss 6 starts to win a match and then be 3 legs away, but you can then also win less legs than your opponent and still win the match.
Yeah, it does throw up some strange results. Set play.
Such a leveler, isn't it? Particularly the first round of a World Championship.
38.
Yep, that's my excuse. I'm sticking to it.
Although when Matthew Raker got beaten by Darius 9-0, you couldn't say the format was a
92.
leveler, but we'll leave that there.
170.
Well, he's had the 167. Can he get the 117? No is the answer, and so Armstrong is going to return for 74 to pick up the first spoils of the afternoon session.
Darren requires 74.
Now needs double 10 and does pin double 10. And there you have a 4-1 win there for Darren Armstrong. Started off really strong. Great performance there from Darren. Ended up with a 91.06 average. But it's those points that are all important. Puts him right back in the mix for those top 2 spots. 82.36 there for Pontus. 1 out of 5 on the outer ring. But just wasn't enough for Armstrong. Do join us after a short break as we'll be seeing Mason Whitlock as he takes on Wawrzewski.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Darren Armstrong get the better of Pontus Danielsson by 4 legs to 1. Good performance from Darren. Average of 91.06, 4 from 10 on his doubles. That moves him on to 6 points, and now a couple of points off the top 2, which you'll see one of them in action here. Wawrzewski, who picked up 8 points, 4 wins from 5 on his first day's play, takes on Mason Whitlock, who picked up a couple of wins. If he is going to stay in the equation, you get the sense that this is a must-win game for the 21-year-old from Brisbane, making his second appearance at the Live Lounge, the apprentice, taking on David Wawrzewski, who had a very good day yesterday. 3-time Challenge Tour quarter-finalist, the 47-year-old from London, was he hoping to be on fire again and fire his way through to the finals tomorrow night.
Yeah, arguably a mixed bag of results really for Mason Whitlock yesterday. It was definitely Dave who was the more consistent of the pairing and has put himself in a really, really good position. But we know day 2 and Group C, anything can happen. Things can change. It's who can maintain that consistency or find that next level.
I think it's fair to say, as far as Mason was concerned yesterday, when he was good, he was good. But when he was off, he did have off patches. Had a couple of decent averages in the late 80s. One of them actually in a 4-0 defeat to David yesterday. But there was also a couple of matches where he'd struggle at times, but he did manage to pick up a win in one of them against Pontus Danielsson. But he knows he's going to have to find wins quickly today, and he's going to have to just up the levels a little bit. But David, he would have been very happy with his day yesterday in terms of his overall numbers. Average 88.83 across the 5 matches, 40% on his doubles. If he averages anywhere or plays anywhere near that, it would be hard to make an argument against him getting through.
Mason, you require 127.
Treble 17 was the target, but that leaves the ball.
102.
That missed by the smallest of margins.
150.
Another one of them. Decided to stay there for a dart of double 15. Mason returning for 25 to take out this first leg. 2 in hand, a double 8. Can he just clip that off the barrel? No is the answer.
David, you require 52.
Yeah, not happy. Mason Whitlock recognises he's given Wazzy a chance here.
20.
But it wasn't
Mason,
taken, so Whitlock
60.
back again.
Returning for 2 8s.
Game shot
And taking out the first leg of this contest.
Whitlock. Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
As you can see, just next to, or just below the zip on his shirt, has got the
100.
Alzheimer's Forget-Me-Not flower on there. And the Alzheimer's Society do a fantastic job in raising awareness
45.
for Alzheimer's and dementia in the UK, as well as helping speed up the process for a cure, as well as helping families who
55.
have members struggling with that disease and giving the best possible care. It's a fantastic charity that do a lot of good work. It's actually a charity very close to my heart, with family members that struggle with that particular condition, and they do a great job. And it's great to see David wearing the badge and giving awareness to that. As in the first max of this match, Darren had a couple in the game against Pontus.
Yeah, not much else. David could have left there with the maximum, left himself on a non-finish, but very much in control in this leg.
59. David, you require 82.
Well, this to square the match up at 1-1. He has got time here from the 82. Double 4.
78.
Doesn't go. And this could get a little bit tricky from here.
$136. David, you require
Yeah, a little bit of pressure now on this 4. As you say, it's not always a straightforward visit. And this is even more awkward.
No score.
There you
Mason,
see the result.
Require 105.
Well, he had a 102 yesterday. Went tops to try and fire in the 105. And so David back for double 2 to square up at 1-1. Help or hindrance?
Yeah, it's just blocked. Very similar to the first
Games
shot,
on the
but
second
that
leg.
was
David
different.
Wawrzewski.
And it is now 1 apiece as he fires in double 1.
Third leg, it's
I remember
Mason
the
to
last
throw
time
first.
David was
Game
here,
on.
he was about to partake on a memory walk for that particular charity. David himself doing some really good work for
97.
that particular cause. And charity and darts are two things that very much do go hand in hand. Prostate Cancer UK has been a great beneficiary of that. A lot of players have donated a lot of time and a lot of money to that particular cause. I know you played at a couple of lakesides where that charity was the official partner, and I know darts has done a lot
96.
for, and vice versa in terms of raising awareness of that particular disease.
Yeah, it's
60.
you see it more and more now. I think with the platform that these players are having at the end, they do have charities close to their hearts, and they do take the opportunity to visibly show their support for them, and
138.
like you say, just raise more awareness.
Sport has a power to do good, and darts certainly
60.
does that in the right way.
Mason, you require 170.
Mason here, 170. He's got 6 with a big fish. But we know one thing, he'll go for it if he finds the second treble. But he was unable to locate it. And he would have found the bullseye anyway.
Yeah. Well, second best outcome, I guess, there for Mason Whitlock if he can
83.
convert this
Mason, you
tops.
require 40.
Be for a 13
Range on the
darter. That's
third leg.
superb for Mason.
Whitlock.
Really up in the levels in that leg. He leads 2-1, averaging 87.78.
Fourth leg, it's David to
And
throw
this is
first.
exactly what we're mentioning.
Game
When
on.
he's on, he has got real good spells.
It really would lead to another interesting dynamic in the
100.
table, I think, because obviously he would have just seen Darren Armstrong win 4-1 over Pontus, and this will keep him very much in the mix and
85.
kind of stall that run that Dave's been on.
Thornton can't break the top 2 if
60.
Mason won this game and he beat Tommy Lishman in the next. But what he can do is psychologically put himself in pole position, and the fact that he would have won, the other 2 would have lost, and he can build a bit of momentum as
180.
Mason fires in, crashes in his first max of the match, averaging 92.5 now.
140.
And suddenly Wawrzewski is really up against it.
$45.
Yeah, the pair had a pretty good game yesterday. Did actually go
59.
4-0, but in terms of stats, Mason was well within the mix. Just maybe struggling slightly when he had the chances on the outer ring. He didn't actually convert any from 6, but made up for it in this match.
59. David, you record 142.
1-4-2 for David compared to the 1-3-2 of Mason.
91.
David
Mason, you
at
record
least leaves
132.
himself on a single to double combo, but is that going to be academic? No is the answer.
52. David, you record 51.
Level this contest up. Double 16. And now
35.
Mason lurks on
Mason
80 for a
require
3-1
80.
lead. Does he go directly tops? No. Sensible play. Tops.
60. David, you require 16.
Yeah, unlucky there from Mason Whitlock. But can Wazzy convert?
No score.
is the answer.
Mason, you require 20.
And so Whitlock for a 3-1 lead. Nice guide. Can he use it? Yes
Game
is the
shot on the
answer.
fourth leg.
Whitlock breaks, leads
Mason
3-1,
Whitlock.
and now 1 away from the victory post.
Fifth leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game on.
I'd say if you're Mason Whitlock, you've got the darts here to run out a 4-1 winner. You want to get it finished now.
100.
If Wazzy can find a way to break, allow the darts to level up the match at 3 apiece, and then it becomes very edgy.
41.
And as we know, games in this format can change and swing on a pinhead.
45.
It's just so much jeopardy, which is why I think that the best of 7 is such a good format for this, because you're never out of it, and even if you build a lead up, you can never fully feel comfortable.
100.
Yeah, good last there from Wazzy. Doesn't quite leave him on a finish, but it leaves Mason Whitlock chasing.
70.
Well, David here has got 6 here for the break to return the game to 3-2. And he makes most effect with the first 3, leaving himself on a single to double combo after 12. Whitlock needing a couple of trebles, you said, too. He's got 1, and he has found the second. And now it's one of those moments where both players have this and that checkouts. David can't take, but can Mason find?
Mason, you require 52.
It's double 16 for the match, for the win. And it would have kept everything up in the air.
40.
Yeah, 2 match winning opportunities come and gone, and was he looking to convert? Now needs double 10, 1 dart in hand, and does find it.
David Wawrzewski.
Almost a kind of nod of relief there from Dave Wawrzewski.
It's David to throw first. Game on.
He knows if he could turn this around and move on to 10 points in the group, he is in a very good position. It feels like one of those sliding doors kind of matches for David. If he wins, he could put himself in such a magnificent position. However, if he loses it, he can look over his shoulder and look over it quite precariously.
Yeah, these are the matches. They can really, really shape up the table.
80.
Well, that was a strange bounce out, wasn't it?
Yeah, nowhere near as strange as what we saw last night. Don't know if you saw them, but there were some explosive ones from Jordan Matthews, who managed to knock out 2 in the treble, and then the next one knocked out another one from the treble 20 bet.
It was almost like one of those arcade games where someone's got a hammer at the back and it was just...
83.
Yeah, Whack-a-Mole was actually mentioned at one point because it was consistently happening through the night for him.
99.
Well, Whitlock here has left herself on 42 after 12 to seal a 4-2 win.
83.
Get himself on the ball for the day and to really keep things tight at the top of the group. He'd move on to 6. Wawrzewski would stay on 8. And Whitlock wins his first game of the session to make things really interesting in the table. He beats David Wawrzewski by 4 legs to 2. And it means that everybody in the top 5 are within a couple of points of each other. Wawrzewski missing the opportunity to move on to 10. Whitlock very much now in the mix. And if Thornton could beat Lishman, the top 3 would be on 8. The 2 in behind would be on 6, as you can see in the table there. And things would be very, very tight at the top. We'll see Lishman and Thornton in action after this short break. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's quiet on this Friday, but it's going to be busy in here tomorrow night as we have a crowd in for our, I suppose, pre-Euros final party at Portsmouth. But it is the Scot Robert Thornton that's on the stage. He couldn't give two hoots what happens between England and Spain on Sunday. All he cares about is eventually picking up his first weekly title at the Super Series. This is his 12th appearance here. He's appeared in 10 finals, looking to make it through to number 11 tomorrow night, up against Tommy Lishman. The Fawn, 2 times World Seniors champion from Saltcoats in Scotland. The Fawn, who picked up many a TV title in his career, 5 all told, up against Lishman, who is becoming more experienced under the cameras and under the lights. The 29-year-old from Hull, making his 3rd appearance, hit a 9 darter on Tuesday. His highlights of his time here at the live lounge, but he is hoping to trade a 9 darter for a trophy tomorrow evening, and it really would round off the most impeccable of weeks for the Flame. That's your referee. That's Owen Binks.
Game on.
And the first dart in anger will be thrown by the Fawn, who had a dart to win Group A on Wednesday. Couldn't find the double 19, then ended up finishing 4th in the group. But you have to give a lot of credit, because it could have been so easy in that position for his week to have completely fallen off a cliff edge. But yesterday played some decent darts, average of 84 for the day. 30% on the doubles. Picked up 3 wins from 5. And if he can have a good day today, he'll have a very good chance of making it through to the final. And Robert's an experienced campaigner, the most experienced campaigner statistically in this format. So he'll know better than most what's required today.
Yeah, and it would just seem strange that, having made the finals so often, you almost feel like it's a shoo-in when he comes here. But we know full well how really, really fine the margins can be when it actually comes to qualifying for Saturday. We've already seen the table. It is extraordinarily tight.
And in comparison to when we started 2 years ago, where it was almost a given that a big name like Thornton, a big name like Adams would sweep through to a Saturday night, the quality, particularly from ADC qualifiers now, have got so good that there's no guarantee that anybody's going to finish in any position now.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think sometimes we maybe wait too much on experience, because what I have noticed, especially from the ADC guys, that they haven't played on a stage, they haven't played in front of cameras, but they don't actually seem too worried or perplexed by it, and to pick up, what they need to do very, very quickly and
60.
Do actually give a very strong challenge to a lot of these experienced players.
And you could probably say that some of the biggest names in this format now are some of the players that we've found through the ADC system.
60.
Thornton actually played the last round of ADC Championship Tour events, hoping to be in the Global Championship. He's hoping to be in the race for qualification here.
50.
Can't take out the 110 to win this first leg, but Lishman, 146 for the break.
He's no stranger to some big checkouts this week. But the 146 not going to go right here.
94. Robbie requires 60.
20 for tops. At times, this has been on a string this week.
Game
And
shot
he finds it again beautifully. Thornton draws first blood.
Yeah, things you don't want to see is as the opposition is Robert Thornton anywhere near a tops-based checkout.
How good was Robert in that World Grand Prix win? Tops at the beginning of a leg. It just felt like a given first dart every time.
57.
It's just, can't really say you become a specialist, but if that was a specialism, then tops hitting is definitely one of Robert Thornton's. And he's not too bad at 180 hitting either.
It's been a week littered with power scoring, particularly from this man in your picture here, Tommy Lishman, who of course had 60. That 9, but other than that, yesterday hit 9 180s across his 5 matches, and Thornton is following up here. I think we're asking too much to have 3 9 darters in a week.
Yeah, but I wasn't here, so I don't think I'm asking too much. I want to see one right now.
Well, you're going to have to wait a leg. At
92.
least. You've actually got a player who hit a 9 darter next week, Can Crabtree's hit a couple on the
91.
PDC Challenge Tour? Andy Bolton's hit one in ADC Vault. Wesley Plazier's hit one in competition as well. Oh, and Jared Cole's here as well. He's hit a 9-darter here.
138. Robbie require 90.
Yeah, we've had our expectations risen once again. Well, double 15 here for Thornton.
Game shown the
Yeah, very well
second leg.
converted. 2-0
Robert
Thornton.
Thornton.
And again, a result here for Thornton. It really will once again just
The leg
put
it's
everyone
Roberts to throw first.
right within the mix.
11-darter that
Game
for the
on.
Thorn. Now, this game was a 4-0 win for Lishman yesterday. Could be a case of roles reversed here.
13.
Although that will not go to help in that 4-0 victory for Thornton. Handed the darts over to Lishman if he can use them.
Well,
94.
13 unlucky for some. You feel like ever since he stepped away
60.
from PDC darts, Thornton, he's achieved so much. Obviously, the couple of World Seniors Championship wins, he's done well as well on various other circuits. But this probably is the one title that's missing from the set,
79.
winning a week here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it's not like he can't put himself in contention for it either. Let's be honest. He's been here, as you mentioned, 10 times out of 11 made
48.
a finals night. And you just think, as you say, a player of his calibre with the titles he's won over the years and what he's still winning currently, you would have expected him to have picked one up. But all of a sudden, it goes from being, oh, come on, I can do this, to
58.
it becomes a thing in your head. It's like, right, I'm here again. Can I actually do it?
Well, he's lost in 2 finals, as Robert. Lost in week 11 of Series 1 to Peter Jakes, and then
30.
lost in the final of week 6 of Series 3. He lost that to Matt Clark. That was the beginning of the Matt Clark Modus Super Series takeover.
43.
Yeah, both players really have kind of just gone off the boil slightly. Thornton trying to correct that.
123.
When you consider this is a leg where Robert Thornton's hit scores of 48, 30 and 13, and they're both on an even scoring.
83.
Well, Lishman first to finish in this leg, leaving himself on 144. Thornton was looking to leave himself on a 2-darter with a 2-treble
We
turn.
require 144.
So 144, first poke for Lishman. And that's perfectly waited for another one of them to join. Double 12. Doesn't go.
132. Robbie require 127.
I needs treble 19. Can't find it. So Lishman back for the break.
59. Tommy require 12.
Double 6 for his first leg on the board in this contest. In this round of fixtures yesterday, we saw 3 4-0 wins. But everybody's
on the
going to get a
third.
leg on the
Tommy
board
Lishman.
this time round as we reverse the fixtures.
Well, that break
Well,
there
it's
puts
Tommy
us
to
back
throw
on throw.
first.
Tommy now has the darts to level it up at
Game
2
on.
apiece.
Oh, Robert.
I just Thornton put himself in such a commanding position, and then, as I say, the wheels just fell off slightly in terms of scoring power in the last leg with Thornton, and maybe that's just given Lishman the
81.
impetus he needs, because he's kicked off with a 180 once again. It's not the first time we've seen that this week.
Look at the smile beaming from ear to ear. Even after visit 1, he was thinking, can I do it again?
81.
He's just reliving the moment every time. Oh, 180 again. Once
58.
they've done it once, I think, this is always going to have such fond memories now for Tommy Lishman, just because of that one moment of brilliance.
140.
It's fair to say he's picked it up here. Now averaging 5 points higher than Robert.
100. Tommy require 100.
Tops. This is for an 11 dart of Lishman's own.
60.
Yeah, Thornton will be frustrated with this because
128.
despite that visit, he's allowed
Tommy
Tommy
require
to return to the
40.
board for tops to level it up at 2 apiece.
Couple of times just taking that extra second to compose. It worked to his aid on Tuesday. But he's
30.
unable to fire
Tommy
home
require
here, and he's hoping that
134.
Thornton doesn't have a haymaker in the locker. But he could do. But he cannot fire the tops.
114. Tommy
Yeah, Thornton looking
require
visibly angry at the tops target there.
Two fives.
10.
2-2.
Shot on the four flag. Tommy Lishman.
He's loving life on that stage, is Tommy Lishman.
Fifth flag against Robert to throw first. Game on. $36.
Yeah, you just wonder, Thornton, obviously, he's not one to kind of leave you wondering about what he's thinking at any given point anyway, but that level of frustration that's creeping in already at this early
60.
stage, it almost looks to kind of relax Lishman. He seems to be feeding off it and getting better.
95.
There's been a couple of legs where Robert's got off to some poor scores, and he's let that emotion tell. And I think this is where Tommy's ever-growing experience is coming into play here, where he's being able to read signs better and being
60.
able to take advantage more.
$60.
Well, this game has reached a bit of a stalemate. 2-2, both players in the 300s.
100.
Yeah, but this looks better from Thornton, and it is.
180.
What I will say so far in this match, if Robert Thornton does get to a double, he's 2 from 2. He's 100% so far on the outer ring. But those last couple of legs,
140.
Tommy Lishman's just denied him any chance at
130.
a shot at double.
May need a spark against the flame. But you can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a
87.
spark.
Tommy require 141.
But Thornton's not on fire. And he could be darting in the dark if Lishman takes out this 1-4-1.
I am intrigued to wonder if that went as well. We would have got
Robbie,
another
you record
smile,
43.
just bringing back those happy memories once again.
I think he would have pretended it was for a 9.
Game
Once
shot
again, Thornton on
Robert
top,
Thornton.
comes up trumps. 3-2 he leads, and he just staves off the Lishman comeback.
Game on. $81.
Well, you said he may have needed a bit of a spark, and I don't know
81.
if that was enough to quite spark him into life, but he is now one leg from victory, Robert Thornton. As I say, if it does go the way of the Thorn, it really will make the table very, very interesting going into our next round of 3.
92.
Would it be fair to say that so far this has been a game of moments, but nobody's really been able to then follow up on those moments consistently and piece it together?
100%. It's one of those almost like
96.
kind of seesaw back and forth games, because Thornton kicked off very strong, then came back Lishman. Thornton just edged the last one, so If we're going with that kind of theory, then it should go Lishman.
140.
Well, it looks like it's swinging back in Lishman's favour, this leg. Should take us all the way to a decider where Thornton does have the insurance policy of throw. But the ball very much, as far as this leg's concerned, in the court of this man in your picture, Tommy Lishman. And going about his business beautifully, hits a max to leave himself double 8. Sorry, double 4.
I know what you meant. We've all done that.
Those numbers on the screen can deceive you.
Tommy, you require 8.
Yeah, well, this would be for a 13 dart leg, if he can convert.
Six.
Now things
Robert,
may be slightly awkward.
170.
What a way to finish this would be for Robert Thornton.
Well, it would have got frosty if the fawn took out the fish to win it. But
45.
he'd be a bit disappointed with that because
Tommy, you
Lishman's
require
left in the madhouse.
2.
Anything could happen here. To force a last leg decider. 1 up. 2 up. 3 up, but
no
not in.
Score. Robert, you require 125.
Yeah, Thornton might find himself slightly disappointed that he's back on 125, but it is completely doable. But yeah, not now. Pulls it into the 7.
47.
And so
Tommy,
to
you
force a
2.
last leg decider, Lishman wants the madhouse. Thornton frails his arms up in the air. He knows he may have missed an opportunity in this leg.
Game
Because
shot the
Lishman's going to
sixth.
take us all the way.
Tommy Lishman. 7 from final leg. It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, the Thorn's got the throw. And so far today, all the matches won have gone with throw.
96.
Decent start to the leg, and there has been a couple of legs in this game where Thornton has had a couple of troublesome visits to begin.
$100.
Well, it is men's semi-final day at Wimbledon. Who is going to
84.
serve up the victory as we reach this juice point? We do know that we're going to have 2 aces into the final.
100.
And at the moment, you'd sense the advantage is with the throw at the moment.
55.
Yeah, but rather like the crowd at Wimbledon watching it go back and forth, it very much feels like how these two have played throughout the match.
$140.
Both looking to rally towards the line, and Lishman is first to a finish.
Just trying to keep up with all the
59.
puns. You're absolutely
Tommy
smashing it,
require
Henry.
161.
I just keep making a racket, that's all.
Yeah, no comment.
Well, this would be some way to win it. But he decides to stay up there to set up as opposed to take out the ones. And I tell you what, that was a lucky dart because that could have so easily have burst the score by hitting the treble 20. But Lishman here is going to come back for 3 at tops to win.
Tommy, you require 40.
Yeah, put him on to 10 points in the group. And it is advantage Lishman. He gets the better of Robert Thornton in a last leg decider. It means he now has a gap at the top of the group, and for Robert Thornton, he is going to need a big push towards the end of the day if he is going to progress his way through to a record-extending 11th final. That is how the game panned out statistically. That's despite missing 14 darts at a double. Lishman's over the line. That ends round 1. Coming up next, David Wawrzewski against Darren Armstrong. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed the first round's worth of fixtures. This is how the table looks. A win for Tommy Lishman before the break against Robert Thornton sees him on to 10 points in the group. And now a 2-point gap from David Wawrzewski in second, but perhaps more pertinently, a 4-point gap from Thornton, Armstrong and Whitlock, who occupy the places outside of automatic qualification. We saw a win for Whitlock against Wawrzewski, a win for Armstrong against Danielsson elsewhere in round 1, and we are going to see round 2 get underway with Wawrzewski in action as he takes on Darren Armstrong, who had a very good performance out of the gate, averaged 91 and change in a 4-1 win against Pontus Danielsson, whilst for David, he missed 17 darts at a double in a 4-2 defeat to Mason Whitlock. We were speaking and heaping a lot of praise on David for his consistency in terms of his good performances on day 1. Well, he's going to have to find somewhere near those levels if he's going to compete with Darren in that kind of form.
It
First
could
leg
be,
against David to throw
could really be one of those matches, couldn't it? Or one of
Game
those
on.
days that really actually changes around the campaign for Armstrong. As you say, kicked off with that win, which put him right back in contention. Then he saw Wawrzewski lose. And now feels like
41.
quite an open door. If he can find a win here, then it's him that then moves on to 8 points. And still think there's a few twists and
59.
turns to come in the tail of Group C.
Darren will probably think this is the game because David's the one who's coming on 8 points. You can be
58.
level on points with him. Lose it, you're 4 behind with 6 left to play for. If he wins this, he is bang in the mix. If he loses it, he has got a
79.
lot of hard work to do.
But Darren did set out that stall quite early. He said he's going to have to go through the card today if he's got any chance of getting in the top
100.
2 or at least win 4. As you say, made the strong start And now looking to back it up.
28. $84. 140.
Well, Darren putting himself in a position to break, but Wawrzewski with that
100.
one turn there just has the edge. However, that edge could very quickly change. Very quickly change.
121. David, you require 118.
Yeah, definitely a bit of pressure now on this 118. Treble 16 for the ball.
93. Darren requires 74.
And so Armstrong for the break. Gonna get a dart at tops.
34.
Cannot find.
David requires 25.
So Wawrzewski back for the 25. He's gonna have two in his hand at double eight to take out this first leg.
9.
And he now spurns
Aaron
another
required
couple of
40.
opportunities. Now missed 20 darts at a double so far today, and he's only played 7 legs
James on
of
the
darts.
first leg.
And that one will go
Darren
in the
Armstrong.
favour of Darren Armstrong, who pins the top second dart to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, not necessarily a scoring problem for David, but definitely would be concerned about the conversion rate when it comes to hitting the doubles.
61.
0 from 3 on here, and as you mentioned, 2 from 19 in that opening loss to Mason Whitlock.
128. 136. 60.
You can just tell by the way this game has started that both players know the significance of it in terms of a
40.
victory for one or the other. There's just been a real edgy vibe about it in the opening exchanges.
You don't want to be that player that makes the mistake. You kind of,
94.
sometimes as players, you kind of got like, you feel confident, you feel hopeful, but yeah, you don't want to be the one that goes up there and absolutely
44.
blows the chance. And I think so far for me, out of all the players, it's been Dave that's had the chances but hasn't been able to convert. But
139.
once again, putting himself in a strong position.
Can you consume yourself more about the consequences of defeat rather than the benefits of the win?
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes
140. David
it's
require
kind of
80.
that glass half full, glass half empty attitude.
Game
Well,
shot on the
that
second leg.
Was a beautiful
David
80 for
Wawrzewski.
David Wawrzewski. No mistake there. Level we are at 1-1.
Third leg, it's
Gets
David
the break
to throw
back. We
first.
return to throw.
Game on. $42.
And that's what players have to do in this short format. If you do suffer a disappointment, it's just finding a way to bounce straight back. And 15 dart leg there for Wawrzewski.
100.
That goes a long way.
Don't forget, you can get in contact with us here at the Super Series via our social media channels on
140.
Facebook, X and Instagram. We are at MSS Darts. You can also get in contact with us courtesy of the
100.
YouTube chat room. Do keep those comments fun, clean, respectable at all times.
140.
I will say, since losing the opening leg, Dave Wawrzewski
55.
obviously didn't like it. He's definitely up the level.
He's got
81.
that bit between his teeth now, hasn't he?
$100. David require 98.
And sometimes their feelings and that you just can't manufacture. Double 12.
86. Darren require 146.
It was a decent attempt. And he's going to come back for 3 more at double 12 because Armstrong's unable to take out the 146.
94. David require 12.
The pendulum is very much swinging in Wawrzewski's favour. And he has
David
a
shot the
2-1
third leg.
advantage.
David
He's
Wawrzewski.
turned the game around, having gone 1-0 down.
Fourth leg against Darren to throw first.
I
Game.
feel there's a bit more of a kind of a sense of urgency in the Dave Wawrzewski throw. A bit more focus. A
58.
steely determination in the eyes of Wazzy.
It's almost like he's had his warning shot, hasn't he, against Mason, and he's made the mistake, maybe the one mistake he was allowed to make today, but he knows from here on in, he probably is going to have to be close to perfect to go through, and you can kind of see that steely-eyed determination in his eyes.
100.
It's a bit like the person that finishes fourth in the Olympics, isn't it? You know, it's still a great achievement, but you're just outside the medals, and I get the feeling that if you finish kind of third in this group, especially if it's tight, it has the same kind of feeling.
It's a good week, but what is it ultimately giving you? And that's the cutthroat nature of sport.
100.
Nobody wants to be remembered as the runner-up.
25.
In fact, you look at next week's Group B, there's a couple of runners-up that are looking to get a first weekly title.
100.
Thinking of anyone in particular?
Aidan Kirk.
Ah.
Missed 7 darts
45.
to beat
David
Andy Davidson. Looking to climb the ladder here.
Yeah, finds a route. Has to move across the oche to get a line to tops, and does find it, and that was a great finish there for David Wawrzewski.
Fifth leg against
First
David to
ton
throw
plus
first.
checkout of this Friday afternoon, and Wawrzewski now is within a leg of moving on to 10 points, and suddenly when it looked like things were about to get a little bit interesting in this group, Wawrzewski and Lishman could stem that particular tide.
140.
Effectively at this point now for Darren Armstrong, it is all or nothing. He has to throw the kitchen sink at it.
85.
Figuratively.
If he throws the kitchen sink, he'll probably get banned.
Yeah, I'd expect so.
140.
To be fair, Richard Burnett
98.
nearly tried to have it out with a speaker on the stage a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, indeed.
39.
Yeah, after back-to-back 140s, Armstrong
93.
can only find 39, and just open the door once again for Wawrzewski.
130. David Ivercourt,
It
160.
was a decent riposte, but this would be some way to win it. Another one of them. Leads tops to finish with a flourish.
Shot on the match.
Well, that was
David
a fiery finish for
Wawrzewski.
Wazzy. And it puts him now in pole position to progress. For Darren Armstrong, he cuts a deflated figure because he feels that may well be a defeat too far. 2 ton plus checkouts to win his last 2 legs, and that was a sumptuous finish for David Wawrzewski, ending with the 160. A moment of real excitement here in the live lounge. Coming up after the break, Pontus Danielsson takes on Tommy Lishman.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? Took me a long time. And that clenched fist.
shot. Undermark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like that. he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first flag. Andreas Harrison.
It's a break of throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive break of throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've just seen Wawrzewski win 4-1 over Armstrong, solidifying his place to the top end of the table. But right now, we've got Tommy Lishman. He's taking on Pontus Danielsson, and we can confirm in the context of Danielsson, he won't be able to now progress into Saturday's finals. His run is officially over. However, he now has a real good opportunity here to kind of relax, play maybe a bit of a spoiler. We have seen that on occasions. Once you know your fate, players can just relax that little bit. And we have seen throw up some strange results over the years.
Well, the mentality changes, doesn't it? Because you can spoil it for somebody else, and Pontus really could do it for Tommy here. Now, this is how the scenarios work. If Tommy wins this game, he moves on to 12 points, which means that one of Thornton and Whitlock in our 6th game will be staring at the exit door potentially, or close to the wind as far as the exit door is concerned. However, Lishman and Wawrzewski will play in game 7, and so it is guaranteed if Lishman wins his next 2 games, that he will be through with a couple of matches to spare. If Lishman wins this game and Wawrzewski wins that meeting in match number 7, they'd both be on 12 points. And they both would have been mathematically through, but they would need to lose both of their matches at the end of the session and somebody to go on a bit of a run to head through. And the other thing they do have in their favour is a really good legs difference. Plus 15, plus 12 at the beginning of the game. Thornton plus 1. However, Pontus has got off to a blazing start.
81.
Just checking.
$61. Tommy required 161.
All's well, but ends well. But this would be some way to kick-start. The 161 isn't going to go.
89. Pontus required 20.
So double 10 for Pontus to take out the first leg. Now chasing 5s. And with that miss, he could be chasing in the game.
He requires 72.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment on his face there. It really has kicked off very strongly. 3 consecutive 140s, but can't convert. And now a chance here for Lishman to find a break. And that leaves him tops.
Game shot.
Break he does. And yeah, you can see he liked that.
Not just is it a break of throw for Tommy Lishman, that could be a break of spirit as far as Pontus is concerned. He knows he threw in a very good leg there, and yet it still didn't feel like it was good enough.
140.
Yeah, we've seen this from Lishman. Just gets that leg under his belt and then just finds a way of pulling away.
140.
His first 9 Pontus at this present moment in time, in terms of his scoring average, is 140.
100.
It has been a very strong start for him, but needs to marry up the scoring power that he's showing here with the ability to actually convert to finish the leg.
And Lishman stepping it up and saying to Pontus, you may be playing well, pal, but I'm going to find another level.
Anything you can do, I can do too. Identical scores for the pair, but it's Lishman that gets the first chance here at 81.
This is crazy. This is exceptional. Double six. For a dozen data and a 2-0 lead. Pontus is playing the game of his week, but yet is getting suppressed by the brilliance of Lishman.
So look, it's Pontus to throw first. Game.
What is really good to see as well, though, is anything that's being asked of Lishman at the moment. He's got a response. He's up to his level in response to Pontus Danielsson upping his. And once again, kicks us off with a 140.
It's his fifth of the game.
125.
The average is incredible. Pontus is 2-0 behind. And he's averaging 123.
So you know when I said earlier that sometimes it can allow for freedom, I never quite expected this kind of level. This is exceptional for him, Pontus. And still finds himself 2-0 down.
He's missed 3 darts and a double. And he's been severely punished for it. The average is going to go down.
100.
Rubbish, only 121. He's left himself on a 2-darter after 9 in every single leg in this match.
Yeah, in the last leg, he didn't actually get a shot at it either.
140. Pontus require 81.
If he misses this, he could be 3-0 down, averaging 120.
56.
He wouldn't back Tommy Lishman against it.
136.
Yeah, this would really hurt. You've seen from the reaction from Danielsson that it's hurt him so far, the legs he's lost, and he will actually get a chance to come back for 25.
45. Pontus
Well, that's the first loose dart of the match. Oh, he's busted it.
No score. Tommy require 91.
That's brought the average down by about 10 points, that one dart. But more pertinently, he could be 3-0 behind. Because Lishman here is going to have a dart at tops.
51. Pontus require 25.
Oh, Pontus back for 25. And is he going to go the 17 target once again? Or no, opts for 9 this time.
Game shot on the third.
Yeah, very much a well-deserved leg. And an
Danielsson.
ironic raise of the eyebrows there from Danielsson.
Well, there is the scoring power pack.
Game.
Just have a look at the sheer amount of 140 pluses. We played 3 legs and there's been 9 of them from the pair.
99.
But suppose we get to this point when you've had a crazy
60.
couple of legs, we ask the question, who's going to be the most likely to last the course at a higher standard?
Oh, yeah, arguably you couldn't not back Lishman in that kind of question, but Pontus has shown us what he probably has been doing back at home. It's not easy to qualify through the ADC system, and that's what he's done. And
140.
Well, both players still averaging a ton. It's been a superb contest. Lishman was involved in another absolute drama of a game on Tuesday when he hit that 9-darter against David Evans. He lost by 4 legs to 2, despite an average just
61.
under 107. Evans 100.59, 4 from 5 on his doubles in that particular contest. So he has been in some real great matches, some real quality contests this week.
Pontus back in the red bit. And again,
140.
yeah, that's a 7th 140 of the match for Pontus.
$65. Pontus should require
You feel the way he's played in this game, he deserves this chance. Trouble 19 would have given him a dart at tops, and so Lishman back for the 135 to open up a 2-leg gap in this contest and move one away. Trouble 15 would have given him a dart at tops.
77. Pontus should require 60.
Well, this to bring us up to 2 apiece. Finds the single. Can he use that?
40.
Fortunately not.
Tommy, you require 58.
And so Lishman is back for 58 to open up a 3-1 advantage in this game. Pontus just beginning to miss opportunities. Handing the ascendancy back to Lishman, who on double 10 cannot
48.
take advantage.
Pontus should require 20. Game shot on the
Yeah,
fourth.
really worked that into the
Pontus
double well.
Danielsson.
And now we are back at 2 apiece, back on throw.
Fifth leg gets Pontus to throw first.
Pontus's first 9 average, Laura, is ridiculous. It's 126.
Yeah, he's definitely showing us
45.
levels. I think that visit there might bring it down ever so slightly, but yeah, the way he's played, and especially the first, say, 3.5 legs, showing us what he can actually do up
52.
there on the stage. Tommy Lishman probably scratching his head thinking, where has this performance come from? But I've liked what I've seen from Tommy as well, because he has come back, he has had answers.
Well, he's treating it as an individual game, not as a match against an opponent who's been struggling all week. This feels like an hors d'oeuvre for next week's Group C, doesn't it?
140. $100.
He's playing with that air of freedom, and we mentioned at the beginning of the game what it can do, and it's doing wonders right now.
128.
Yeah, there's also obviously that competitive desire within a player. Obviously hasn't won a game in the Group C stages, Pontus, so if he can just find that, it
58.
does obviously just, it's what we're all here to do. It's what you want to do as a player. You want to go up there and win absolutely everything, but when you are struggling, to be able to bounce back, that's a special kind of quality.
And also, no player wants to go home empty-handed, as you will, and not win a game in a group.
140.
No, definitely not. As I say, when I played here in Group C, lost all of them on the first day. My goal was just to not go away empty-handed.
98.
Luckily got in
Tommy
early
McCoy,
with a couple of
41.
wins. Yeah,
Unlike our poor mate Duzzer.
it's difficult. It can be very difficult.
Tots for Lishman. Double 10. Big dart, big moment, and that
31.
could be a big miss for
Pontus should
Lishman.
require 100.
Yeah, those two chances at the double there, almost a motion replay from the previous leg, but tops here for Pontus.
80.
Well, what can Lishman do with this double
Tommy
5?
require
It's for the break.
10.
It's for 3-2 lead, and it would then put the ball in his court. Pontus expects it to
Game
go,
shot on the
and he'd be
fifth leg.
correct in thinking
Tommy
so.
Lishman. Sixth player against Tommy
Pontus
to
must
throw
be
first.
thinking, what
Game on.
more do I have to do?
Yeah, to see him looking down at the floor yet there, and I guess it kind of goes back to
43.
he's had chances in pretty much every leg as Pontus put himself in contention when he's had chances at the outer ring, despite the amazing power scoring, which
140.
again we're seeing back in the 140. That's an 8th 140 for him this match. Hasn't been able to find the double, hasn't been able to convert regularly enough. Can't do that against any of these players, but especially Tommy Lishman.
60.
Well, I think it's fair to say it's just gone up in a level as a player this week. Seen a couple of good appearances from him in the past, but this feels like a player now
100.
that's more likely to contend for things compared to the last couple of occasions we've seen him. Looks more the complete package. And if he gets through,
100.
which if he wins this game, he's more likely to than not, then he's going to be a very dangerous contender when it comes to tomorrow night, that's for sure.
100.
Again, Pontus leaves himself on a finish after 9. 8 140s in this match.
123. Pontus require 161.
Yeah, this would be something special. We saw him take out the 167 yesterday in that moment of brilliance. Won't be adding the 161, but he will be back. So we're looking to leave this handy.
85.
He's left himself on 76 after 12. Lishman has to hit big and hope. And remember, this is for the break. So if Pontus wins his leg, he'll have the darts in the decider.
90. Pontus requires 76.
Goes 16s. The treble leaves himself double 14. Just
62.
skims it the other side of the wire. And so Lishman has a match-winning chance.
85.
It may just be a dart at the bullseye. Treble 15 leaves tops. Single will give him another one for the bullseye. 20 ball, treble leaves double 5. Didn't even entertain the possibility of the treble. Bullseye for the match. And for 12 points in the group.
60.
Match start come and gone.
Pontus require 14.
Yeah, this can be awkward. He's going straight for it and
Game
not
shot on the
awkward
sixth
there for
leg.
Pontus Danielsson.
Pontus Danielsson.
Fair to say, this is a match that has deserved a last leg
7th and
decider.
final leg, it's Pontus to throw first. Game on.
Quality contest, quality darts, and Danielsson has produced the best that we've seen of him this week, but his best may not well be good
60.
enough in this contest. He kicks off 60 in this leg.
This one did find himself in this position in his earlier match against Robert Thornton. 3 apiece against the darts, and Lishman just produced a very solid leg to win 4-3. Can he do the same here?
100.
Lishman's wrestled the ascendancy of firm in this last leg decider, and he is using it to his advantage.
140.
Back-to-back 140s, puts himself in a marvellous position to go and take the win.
81.
Yeah, despite scores of 60, 181 for Danielsson, may not be enough here because it's Lishman that's taken the advantage.
65.
Well, he leaves himself on 156. Couple of troubles here, and you put Pontus back as favoured again. He gets the first of them, but cannot find the second. Leaves himself on a finish. Both players on a finish. But Lishman taking the darts as first poke at the 156. Perfect for another to join, but cannot find it. So Pontus 160 to win it.
80.
Yeah, this would be
Pontus
something for
require
Pontus.
160.
I struggled on the outer ring, but this would be a way to top it off, but not going to go. And you can see the disappointment there on his face.
60.
Well, it's been his best performance this week, Pontus Danielsson.
76.
But Tommy Lishman has stuck with him every single step of the way. And it's going to get a match dart now. A double top to move himself on to a dozen points.
36.
He's now had 2 match darts in 2 legs,
Pontus, you
and
require
both have come and
100.
gone.
And you can see in the background Danielsson shaking his head. He wants this win. He wants those points.
treble 15, went treble 19, double 14. And so Lishman returns for tops
36.
to move on to 12 points.
Tommy, you require 40.
Yeah, that's wild. But that's a great adjustment, and it is Tommy Lishman that does get the victory.
Lishman.
What a fight put up there by Pontus Danielsson. His best game of the tournament by far. But it was Lishman who moves on to 12, gets the 4-3 win, and your averages there for the match. As you can see, Pontus ended up with an 87-68, but was averaging right over 120 for a good 3-4 legs in the match. And Tommy Lishman finishes on an 89-53 and does get the important 2 points. Well, do join us, because coming up next we've got Mason Whitlock, and he's taking on Robert Thornton.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's
there in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game with that pie face dominated throughout.
Well, there's some motivation on stage there for Robert Thornton. The teddy bear is on the stage for the Scot. He takes on Mason Whitlock in this sixth game of the afternoon session at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And a real touching moment there. Maybe just in need of a little bit of inspiration. His hopes of making it through are pretty much relying on this game, you would say. 4 points behind David Wawrzewski. Wins this one, he moves on to 8. A couple of points behind David, and is very much in play. And Robert still has to take on David Wawrzewski. And that game is towards the latter end of the session. It's the penultimate game of both players' session.
Game on.
And so this is a big game. Loses to Whitlock, he's up against it. Wins against Whitlock, he's very much in play. And you'd say from that point, even though it's not mathematically over for him and Darren Armstrong,
100.
any hopes of him making it through would look more and more unlikely.
60.
Yeah, I wonder if that gives you an idea of what Robert Thornton's kind of mindset is at the moment, bringing on a little talisman in a best granddad teddy. Like you say, just to give you that little bit of fire in your belly. Not that Robert Thornton is one of those players that probably needs additional fire in his belly at times.
41.
Sometimes just having a little something just to draw inspiration from can mean so much, particularly if you feel like things aren't completely going your way. Sometimes just having that little bit of inspiration can just bring you over, can't it, a little bit?
Yeah, I've seen players in the past, you know, they've got kind of photos in their dark cases, you know, certain flights and stems and certain things that kind of just remind you of, you know, what you're doing it all for, really, at the end of the day.
$84. Mason, you require 135.
Well, so Whitlock has got up to the quickest start of the pair in this game. 135 for the first leg.
99.
And has left himself on double 18 to take out leg one.
99. Mason, you require 36. Game shot on the first leg.
Very well taken there for Mason Whitlock. Out in 16 darts, but it's an opening hole to throw.
Second leg, it's
A relatively comfortable one over the thorn.
Well, it's been a much improved start to the day here for Mason. 85 averaging a 4-2 win against David Wawrzewski. And getting out the gate quite quickly in this one against the Thorn, who, remember, on Wednesday had a dart to win Group A. He loses this game, he could be in huge trouble and maybe not even get out of Group C. And how this format can be so cruel at times. And the first cry of, "Oh, Robert," that we've heard on this Friday afternoon.
$84.
He's one of those players, I think the disappointment of the 24 allows him to fire back in. He needs to keep that level of adrenaline up within him just to play in the way that he wants to, but just hasn't really gone well for him so far today.
180.
Definitely going well for Mason Whitlock.
It was interesting.
100.
Sat with Scott Mitchell in commentary yesterday, and he said he had a quiet chat with Robert after the session on Wednesday, and he said he'd never seen Robert as despondent
81.
as he was when he missed out on Group A on Wednesday afternoon, and he dropped into this group.
81. Mason, you require 112.
Needs to find the trouble if he wants a 2-0 lead. Can't on this occasion, but just looking to set up because
88.
although we've seen signs of Robert Thornton, hasn't really threatened a big ton tough and finish.
Can that change here? Not on this occasion. So Whitlock could be back for his second consecutive 16 darts if he can pin the double 12, first time of asking. Double 6. Big dart, big five. Measured performance for Mason. It leads 2-0.
The leg is Mason to throw first. Game on.
Mason Whitlock really looking to turn his fortunes around. As mentioned, he got that 4-2 win
59.
over David Wawrzewski. Yesterday he went down 4-0 to Wawrzewski. He also went down 4-0 to Thornton.
97.
How the tables turn very, very quickly in this sport.
And that is what makes the Super Series such a intriguing format.
93.
Yeah, well, you can go one of two ways, can't it? You can do all the hard work in day one and then absolutely undo everything, or vice versa. So it's never over till it's completely over.
125.
Unfortunately for Robert, he's learnt about that 0-2 often this week.
44.
Well, we already know that Lee Cox is through. He eventually got over the line, won Group A on Wednesday, and you could see the relief on his face that he managed to finally right the wrongs of his previous appearances here.
138.
The race to join him looks very much like Tommy Lishman's in pole position. This would be a good result for Dave Wawrzewski if Thornton is
85.
cast aside by Whitlock, although
Mason
Mason, with this win, would put himself still in a position to get through. But he would have to probably go through the card from here on in to get himself into the finals.
93. Robbie record 135.
Treble 15. Can't find it. That would have left the tops. And wow, you can see how frustrated he is.
119. Mason, you've record 74.
Don't say a crossword next to Robert. He is incensed.
54.
But he gets a
Robbie
reprieve. He
requires
gets a
60.
chance at double eight to bring it back to 2 on it. It would be a break of throw, would turn the game to throw. And
Game's
suddenly,
on the third
all
now.
isn't as bad as
Robert
one
Thornton.
once seemed.
Full flare against Robert to throw first. Game on.
I don't know about you, I just intrigued to know what the players' room's like out the back when if things don't quite go the right way.
55.
Well, I do know that Tommy has been spending the week scouring the permutations. Apparently he's been spending a lot of time looking at the laptop, wondering what this and that would correlate to. But I get
99.
the sense if Robert loses this game, then he might just have a quiet 5 minutes to himself. But Robert's one of those weird players that it's a little bit like his
97.
compatriot Gary Anderson, in the fact that the more wound up he gets, the better he plays at times.
Yeah, it can really help. It's one of those things, isn't it? That some players just really thrive off the
121.
adrenaline.
Suppose it's about channeling that in the right way, because it can go, of course, the wrong way. We've
83.
seen it in the past where players get too angry and they lose their composure altogether. But if you could channel it the right way, it's not a bad thing.
Oh, 100%.
98.
What I am liking, and we saw it with Tommy Lishman, and we're seeing the same here with Mason Whitlock, as frustrated as Robert Thornton is actually getting up on the oche, they're sticking to their task. They're not being flustered, staying to their pace, their rhythm.
27.
Well, Thornton visibly
43.
chastising himself in the background. To be honest, it's probably been more interesting watching what Robert does in the background than actually what we've been seeing in the foreground.
133. Mason, you record 140.
Yeah, needs to make sure of the big single number and does so.
Robert, you record 106.
106. This would be some way to relight the fire.
86.
Finals night might be his only desire, but that could
Mason,
be in
you
some
require
severe peril
40.
if Whitlock finds tops. Big dart, big
Game's
fight,
on the
big
full
break.
flag.
Whitlock
Mason
3-1
Whitlock.
up. And for Thornton, it's going oh so
Fifth leg,
wrong
it's
for him so
Mason to
far
throw
on this
first.
Friday.
Game on.
Yeah, Mason knew how big that was. Got a bit of a reaction and
180.
what a way to open up on throw. Chance to win 4-1 over Robert Thornton.
140.
And it feels like Mason's another one of those players that needs that little bit of something just to G him up a little bit. He's almost got to
56.
play a little bit moody to bring the best out of him, as if he's got a bit of a point to prove.
$81.
Yeah, well, if this match does go the way of Mason Whitlock, I think for Robert Thornton, obviously, just
59.
as you mentioned, just kind of having that bit of a reset in the back room. One thing we do know, though, he's a fighter. Won't give up.
100.
It was really nice to speak to Robert. I think it was on Tuesday we spoke to him, and just to hear about the love he has for the game. He
190.
still has this real burning desire to win things, but he's at this space and place in the sport where he just wants to enjoy himself, but he won't be enjoying this experience And he really won't enjoy it if Mason
140.
takes out this
Mason
8-7,
required
particularly
87.
because he's left himself on tops.
And that leaves the ball.
56.
And he
Robbie
can't
required
convert.
40.
So Robert Thornton's beloved tops is the target.
Game shot on the
And he
fifth
does
leg.
convert it.
Robert Thornton.
Well, it's a 13 darter. It's a
Sixth
break
leg,
of
it's
throw.
Robert to throw first.
And he's thinking, where has that been earlier on in
Game
the
on.
match? Well, he's still in the contest. The game's returned to throw.
Yeah, Mason Whitlock, the one dart at the bullseye to win the match 4-1. Now
81.
finds himself 501 points adrift once again from the win.
You know, we're talking about cool formats.
85.
Formats definitely aren't cooler than the World Masters format. Best of 3 legs to a set.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what end you're on, to be honest, because actually it could feel fantastic.
180.
And that probably felt quite fantastic there for Thornton.
Of course, Thornton, a former winner of the World Masters back in 2007. His first televised major success. You're one of a number of commentators that have qualified for this year's World Masters.
73.
Yeah, there's quite an extensive list of qualifiers for the World Masters actually this year. I've noticed.
All former champions and WDF/BDO World Champions have been invited to that.
167.
We see an exchange of maxis. Bullseye.
142.
Just trying to get something going by going for the bull.
$100. Robbie required 25.
Yeah, I do wonder if he was better because now he has to set up, spans the dart, but
Game shot in the sixth flag.
converts to 25, no problem. And now we're at 3 apiece. This is a good comeback here from Robert Thornton.
7th and
Well, now
final
we'll
leg.
see
It's Mason to throw first.
What tells in this
Game on.
contest? What is the tell in this game?
100.
Well, Thornton was at 3 apiece in his match against Tommy Lishman earlier on today, and that did go the way of Lishman.
100.
Well, we're locked right in the heat of battle. It's fair to say the only thing that's smiling right now is Robert Thornton's
134.
Teddy. There it is. Got the best seat in the
95.
house. And you could have the best seat in the house on a Saturday night by scanning this QR code that sends you to www.dartshop.tv. And you could maybe join Teddy and the crowd. Who knows?
54.
For what is going to be a bumper night here at the Modus Super Series. It's going to be some atmosphere.
Yeah, if this does go the way of Robert
96.
Thornton, I think you have to move over Super Ted. There is definitely a new kind of teddy bear in town.
We'll let Mr. Everts know about that.
84.
You've been usurped.
Is it like that scene from Toy Story? I don't want to play with you anymore.
100. Mason, you require 100.
For the match. 129 for Whitlock. Triple 20 pull. Not to be. And Thornton looked out of this game at a point,
40.
but now
Right, you require
has an
110.
opportunity to win it here.
Down for 10 for tops.
Game
Yeah, finds the
shot
target,
at
and
the
you can see what he
net.
means to him.
Robert
Really did fight back.
Thornton.
Disappointment there, understandably, for Mason Whitlock. Did have that one chance on the ball to win the match at 4-1, but it was Robert Thornton who found a way to fight back. And there you see, just patting the teddy. I'm telling you, that is going to be the next Super Ted. It's definitely done the trick. And there you see the averages. It was a 90-30 average in the end there for Robert Thornton. Really good on the outer ring, 4 from 8. And that 110 checkout to win the match. And it is those valuable 2 points that do go the way of the Thorn. Well, do join us after the short break as we will see Tommy Lishman take on Dave Wawrzewski.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Robert Thornton beat Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 3. In fact, the last 2 matches going 4-3. So as far as the table is concerned, Tommy Lishman's on 12 points, Wawrzewski on 10. They go toe-to-toe in our 7th match of the afternoon session. Further down, Thornton, with that win before the break, moves himself on to 8 points in the group. Armstrong and Whitlock, they're both on 6. Pontus Danielsson without a win. And remember, of the 6 players in this Group C, it is only the top 2 that qualify their way through to Saturday night's final. So Lishman in the box seat, he finds himself 4 points ahead of Thornton. He wins this game, he moves on to 14, and he is pretty much there. A win for Wawrzewski means that both players have been a very good suit, and it would force Robert Thornton to go through the card and then hope for mistakes elsewhere. Well, Lishman was involved in an absolute drama of a game against Pontus Danielsson, and he looks like he's kickstarting this game in a similar fashion to how that game started.
Yeah, it really did. Feels rather unfair to say catch us unawares, but it was the nature of how Pontus played really pushed Tommy Lishman. But it was great to see Tommy had a response to everything that was asked of him.
81.
Modus suffered that earlier disappointment where he lost 4-2 in his opening match to Whitlock, but again bounced back very strong and got the 4-1 win over Armstrong. It's everyone beating everyone apart from pretty much Tommy Lishman.
98.
Who is just doing his job and doing it well. As Roy Keane would say, that's your job.
95. Tommy require 164.
6-1, 6-4 for Lishman to take out this opening leg. We know he won't attempt it because that's been the way he's been going about business this week, but he'll leave himself on double 13 after 12.
Yeah, not quite sure if that was the intended target, but if he converts it, he won't care.
He's got time to split it if he doesn't fancy it. I don't know whether that was a steal direct hit.
I'm going, that's a...
Game shot on the
Yeah, I would have said that was a tentatively low throw at the double and, a fortunate slip into the 6, but it paid off. It worked in the end.
We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
60.
That was a 15 dart to that first leg and kicking off with a 2 treble turn at the beginning of leg 2.
140.
Incidentally, I was mentioning about tickets. The Champions Night, if you're indeed interested, is on Saturday, August the 31st. Tickets are selling very quickly for that event, the perennial event, of course, here at the Super Series, where somebody's going to lift the £25,000 cheque and trophy. That's how you can be here on that particular day. And a week later, we're actually going to have another one of our double trouble start weeks here at the Live Lounge. Neil Duff looking to defend his title from February, and that will also be available via www.dartshot.tv to purchase.
100.
Nice to see the QR code button clickers getting their money's worth today. I think, yeah, we're just waiting for the scoreboard just to recompute there for a second. It all is well, but ends well here.
92. David require 101.
Yeah, good last there from Lishman to leave 156, but it's was it with the first chance hit? 1 for tops.
61. Tommy require 156.
He's been left on this a few times today, hasn't he, Tommy Lishman? Is he able to finally check it out? No.
56. David require 40.
Well, to level us up at 1-1. Now looking at 10s.
Game shot in the
This is
second.
a really good adjustment because he almost forced that first attempt at double 10, but adjusted well, and we are at 1 apiece.
Third leg against Tommy to throw first. Game on.
There we are, 1-1 in this crucial contest between the top two.
$60.
There's the table as things stand. Lishman on 12, Wawrzewski on 10, Thornton on 8. Well, that's
40.
awful, Robin. Look how deep into the flight that dart pierced.
Yeah, just looking, going in for quick equipment change.
58.
I quite like the efficiency of that approach, actually. Doesn't change the flight, just already has a stem and flight made up just to change the whole piece.
79.
Saves you from that embarrassment. I'm sure we've all been here before where you stood in the background and you just cannot get the flight into the stem and you panic about it.
Absolutely.
139.
We have all been there. It's when you see the certain players and they have to bring out the glasses because they can't actually quite see what they're trying to put the flight into.
$100.
It's kind of where you're hoping if it happens is against a slightly slower opponent, so it just buys yourself a little bit more time.
140. Tommy require 144.
144 here.
Yeah, another shot. I think he has had an attempt at, missed it on the double 12.
96. David require 102.
102 for the break and a 2-1 lead. 82 left, ball or treble 14. The latter leads tops.
Game shot
And that is another superb tub plus checkout from David Wawrzewski. It's his third today, and they have all come at clutch times.
First. $115.
Wazzy's on fire, and if he carries on, the flame may well get extinguished.
$92. $98.
Yeah, once again, advantage for David. For David Wawrzewski. And every time you think that Tommy Lishman does find a way of just keeping himself within touching distance.
$56.
Oh, excellent visit to leave himself on a 2-darter after 9. How many times have we said that about Tommy Lishman today? And he has put the Wawrzewski throw under all kinds of strain, and he's got 6 from here to level this contest up at 2-2.
$52.
Yeah, steady set up play off the back of that 177. Just looking to break straight back here.
134. Tommy require 40.
Tots are 2-2. And Wawrzewski staring down a single to double for a 3-1 advantage. This is for the break back as well. Again, just taking his time, but then executing. First time of asking. 2 apiece.
Fifth against Tommy to throw first. Game on.
It's something with Tommy Lishman that I've noticed more and more. It's an element of his game. He's quite confident. He's happy to take that extra bit of time, take that pause, especially when he, I guess it feels like a big moment, a big dart. And he has done it to good effect.
100.
Some players, especially if you're a rhythm player, some players you would argue that having that pause, having that stop actually breaks the rhythm, doesn't help. But for Lishman, it really does.
180.
He's a 180 magnet, isn't he? He hit 9 yesterday. And so far today, he's had 5.
21.
Just admiring how he managed to squeeze that last one in between that dart and the wire.
$45. 41.
And it seems to have rattled Wazzy slightly. And Lishman now with all the initiative to move forward. Shake of the head there. Don't see it too often from Tommy.
94.
Well, David's had a real tail off here at the worst possible time.
95.
Good recovery with dart
Tommy
free.
McCoy, 155.
But Lishman's got 6 here from 155 to move himself 3-2 to the good. Not even going to entertain the possibility of taking it out with his turn, but it's going to leave himself on double 12 when he comes back for 3 more.
92. Tommy required 24.
Well, to take the lead.
Game shot on the fifth
Finds
leg.
the double, no
Tommy
problem, and it's 3-2 to Lishman.
Sixth leg, it's David to throw first.
Well, David's had his back against the wall already once today and has come out the other side. He was
60.
tested severely by Darren Armstrong. Okay, the scoreline might read 4-1, but it was a much closer tie than that. And a couple of tub plus checkouts, the 120 and the 160 to win the last 2 legs to get him over the line just when he was in a bit of
100.
peril at 2-1.
$81.
Well, this is the beginning of a magnificent weekend of sport.
132.
Wimbledon finals tomorrow and Sunday. The World Match Play getting underway tomorrow from the Winter Gardens, and
100.
a little football match that's taking place on Sunday as well.
Yeah, I can feel there's going to be a few nerves over the weekend.
Can't wait to watch Forest Green Rovers and Tranmere
99.
playing a friendly.
Yeah, okay.
$100. I mean, require 170.
The Flame looking for a fish. Can he cook the fish? Can he cook it? No, he can't.
45. David
The
McCoy,
medium rare
160.
finish couldn't quite get filleted.
Yeah, and Wazzy couldn't replicate what we saw earlier with the 160, so Lishman back for the match needs 25.
This would move him 6 points clear of Thornton, and Thornton only has 6 points left to play for. Double 12, and now double 6. Oh,
23.
no.
David require 100.
Yeah, definitely not the intended target. And opts for tops and doesn't
40.
go, so double
Tommy
double 1 for the
2.
match.
It's the madhouse.
No
Doesn't
score.
go.
David
Wawrzewski
requires
is
60.
back. When he
Game
must have
shot
thought
the
a few
sixth leg.
moments ago he was
David
completely out of the
Wawrzewski.
contest, and now he takes us to a last leg decider. A huge leg, a seismic leg, a leg of consequence one way or in
7
another.
from final leg, it's
Lishman
Tommy
has
to
the
throw
darts.
first.
The
Game
darts
on.
in a leg that if he wins, he can almost taste, touch and savour Saturday night.
Yeah, was that a key moment? Lishman missed
90.
170 on the ball. Left 25, had 6 darts off the back of that and couldn't convert. Found himself in madhouse, and Dave will find, probably count himself quite lucky to be at this point at 3 apiece, but sometimes in darts you just need to have that, that fortunate bit of luck on your side.
Robert Thornton will be rubbing his hands together right now with
180.
the outcome of this if Lishman wins. And it looks like such a likely prospect now.
Although we did say that the last leg.
60.
Don't want to be left on the madhouse again, I can assure you of that. Will he give for another treble? Unable to
97.
source, but still in a good suit. A long way back is Wawrzewski. He's got at least 6. Lishman for the match.
100.
I've seen this from Wawrzewski on a couple of occasions. He finds a way of breaking and then just can't really back it up the next leg.
This would be some way to seal it. Tops for 134 to win the match.
140.
And that would have been a showbiz way to put himself on the cusp.
100. Tommy require.
In moving
20.
4 points clear of his opponent, 6 points clear of Robert Thornton in 3rd place in this group. Double 10 puts Tommy Lishman on the brink of a Saturday night Super Series appearance. The job isn't mathematically done, but it is almost done. He has beaten David Wawrzewski in a last leg decider 4-3. A superb game, superb numbers, an average just under 96, 3 maximums, 4 from 13 when it came to the checkouts. For David Wawrzewski, that's a 2nd defeat of the session, and now he looks over his shoulder and sees Robert Thornton in the rear-view mirror. Coming up after the break, one of Darren Armstrong and Mason Whitlock will move on to 8 points, and then they become an interested party.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
And the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hold himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon? Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter. Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Yeah, there we were treated to a couple of 9-darters this week alone. And we will be seeing the return of Jared Cole next week as well, who treated us to a 9. But there's the results so far. And as you can see, it's been a really good day so far for Tommy Lishman. 3 wins out of 3 for him. Thornton struggled over against Mason and Whitlock, but did find a win, really in contention. And we have also seen Whitlock, Armstrong and Wazzy take a win themselves. So it's all very, very tight. There's the table. You've got Tommy Lishman sat there on 14 points. 2nd place, you've got Dave Wawrzewski on 10, and then Thornton down on 8. But Right now, we've got a match between places 4 and 5, and Darren Armstrong, Mason Whitlock, both sat on 6 points. One of those two will now move onto 8 points. And I don't know about you, Henry, but I'm actually finding it quite hard to call between the two. I think I've been quite impressed with how Mason's upped his game today compared to yesterday. But we also know Darren Armstrong's got that in his locker as well. And we've seen, especially that first game against Danielsson, that 91 average, we've seen what he can do as well.
Well, if you based it on today's form, you'd have to go and side with Mason Whitlock. There's no two bones about it when you compare and contrast the performances. But one thing we know so well about Darren is he's got a high game in his locker and actually lost with an 88 average against 59. David in his previous match. 1-4-1 against Danielsson with a 91 average. And it's kind of been the story, hasn't it, of his week so far, is that he's playing at a very good level, but people are finding something to match it.
100.
Yeah, you could argue that the same. I think Mason yesterday there was quite a gap between his high level and his lower levels that he showed yesterday. Today has been a more consistent. Was unlucky in that 4-3 defeat against Robert Thornton. Had a match start on the ball to win 4-1, and then Thornton mounted a real comeback to win 4-3. So encouraging signs from both. But I think this is a game they're both going to go into and think, right, this is the time. This is now. This is the one that I can win. Really within their grasp.
And I just get the sense that it's probably a winner's take all kind of game. The loser is pretty much out. The winner has an outside chance of making it through.
133.
As Whitlock zooms in on the 19s.
100.
It's Armstrong first to finish on throw, leaving 88. Whitlock would love a 140 about now. Would love another one of them. Unable to find, so first chance Armstrong.
Very close to the ball and does offer up an opportunity here for Mason Whitlock. How he'd like an early breaker throw. That one goes wild and you can see not happy. Can't find the adjustment.
36. Darren required 25.
And so the first real chance belongs to Darren Armstrong. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 12. Only needs the 1 to lead 1-0. His doubling has been good today. 4 from 10 in his first game. 33% in his second match. And that kind of goes with where he is in terms of a player on the outer ring over the course of the last year or so. 35% for the year, 35% for the day yesterday.
81.
It's always good when you can kind of find that consistent level, but I think for me, the problem has been for Darren is probably getting down to those doubles, getting those chances, because scoring, he's just been outscored, as you said before. He's just come up against players that just found that extra gear. Just been 1 or 2 darts off.
$134.
No doubt about it. We've mentioned it before, but Mason really has upped his levels today.
100.
Average 86.22 in this contest.
58. 56. Amazing, you've got 128.
Of this game, just confirmation, will be eliminated from proceedings.
88.
The knockout stuff begins early this week.
100. Mason, you've required 40.
Double 10. Oh, and that is wild.
No score. Darren required 106.
Sensible option there to bust.
Great first start. This for the break for 2-0, but it just felt like a rush dart at tops there from Darren Armstrong.
Game shot in the second.
Yeah, make sure second time round, and it's 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
If he was to make it through, Mason, you can tell it's going to mean a lot to him. Obviously, because of
60.
circumstances, he's always going to turn up in venues, whether he makes any noise or not. He's always going to turn up in places with a reputation.
85.
And that must be a hard pressure to have on his shoulders, because it's not a pressure that he's put on himself. It's just been ladled upon him.
121.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I say, I've liked what I've seen from him today, especially in terms of progression from yesterday, and if he can keep pushing that and taking it forward. He's obviously he's called the apprentice, and I will say he's probably got one of the best teachers around.
You don't mind having a European champion
81.
teach you the game, is it? No, that's not a segue.
I was going to say I was waiting for it.
What do you mean? I don't go off on segues, Laura.
You go off on tangents, and especially if we can, shoehorn in football in somewhere, I'm pretty sure you're going to find a way.
You've been working with me for too long now.
Absolutely. Tell me about it.
142.
142 for Armstrong isn't going to go, but he has got 6 from here to open up a 2-1 lead.
50.
Great darts.
92. $68. Mason, you require 70.
Yeah, so a miss there for Darren. It's an opportunity for Mason. Double 16 is the target.
54. Darren, you
Misses
require
by
24.
Tiny margin, but Darren back.
Look at a double 6 and now double 3.
21.
Spurns the opportunity.
And
so Whitlock will come back for double 8.
Yeah, and that raise of the eyebrows from Armstrong is all you need to know about players who land up on double 3. Not impressed with that, but much more impressive there from Whitlock, who's now raced into a 2-1 lead.
Game.
Such an FDM, isn't he? When that first start caresses the treble as well as that first one did there, you're expecting bedfellows to come alongside
60.
it.
Abbreviated the term first dart merchant to FDM.
There's abbreviations for everything these days.
46.
OMG, I cannot believe you just did it.
TBF, I'm not a fan, IMO.
140.
Carry on doing this, we'll ROFL. Carry on, we'll probably get a P45.
Yeah.
45.
I was going to say, I'm not quite sure how having a whole game of commentary just using abbreviations would go down.
41.
I've probably been told off for worse.
And possibly will be told off for worse in the future.
Oh, it's a guarantee. Well, this
60.
leg isn't a guarantee for Mason, but he has got 6 darts here from the 130 to open up a 3-1 lead. Went for the bullseye with dart 2. And so now 60 left, and this is awkward.
90.
Goes high.
Yeah, just confused himself slightly, but done the right thing.
50.
Took his time. And
40.
you have the opportunity to ask what is left.
It almost felt like he was expecting to hit the 25 and then was going to work from there. But the fact he hit the ball actually made life a bit more awkward for him.
$58. Mason, you've acquired 20.
And can he use that? He can
Game shot
indeed.
the
Uses that
fourth
as a guide.
Mason Whitlock.
And Mason Whitlock was in a similar position in his match against Robert
Against
Thornton.
Darren
And
to throw first.
Robert Thornton
Game.
just pegged him back to win 4-3.
Darren Armstrong here is a leg away from the exit door. He'd still have to complete a couple more fixtures, but this is a winner-takes-all match. The loser of this game cannot mathematically qualify for tomorrow night's finals. It's that cut and dry.
58.
Yeah, from this point, Mason Whitlock yesterday did get the win over Darren Armstrong, 1-4-2. Hoping to do something similar or better if he can
53
win from this point.
Great darts, leaves himself on the fish. He needs a big upturn in form. He needs a big 5 minutes. And this could well be the first step on
57.
the three-leg road he needs to get on.
134.
He's himself on double 18 after 12.
90. Darren required 36.
Yeah, superb response here from Armstrong. Options. Does he go straight for it? He does.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Yeah,
Darren
he
Armstrong.
does that well. There is a temptation, isn't there, with 18. If you go in the 9, then it all becomes a bit messy with Whitlock that far back. But went directly for it and it paid off.
Well, the one thing that Darren can at least draw inspiration from
60.
is the fact that he only needs to break Mason once and 3-1 down. And he's beginning this leg in the right way, the perfect way.
177.
And this is where you need that mental resilience if you're Mason Whitlock. As I said before, he's been in this position. He has had a commanding lead and lost it. And now we can sense Darren Armstrong coming back at him. Just a couple of throws going wrong.
134.
But that was a good recovery.
$180.
Pressure makes diamonds, Laura.
Absolutely. 177 and a 180 in the leg. A leg that Darren Armstrong needs to win if he's got any chance of making finals night on Saturday.
It's like a switch has been flicked ever since he's gone 3-1 down. And Mason's had nothing by way of reply.
28.
And he cannot counterpunch here. All he can do is set up. He has to hope,
58.
has to hope that there are mistakes from Armstrong. Double 5. And there is a mistake.
I was going to say the same
No
thing.
score.
There is a mistake.
This is
a big ask here for Whitlock. 167. Can't find the first, so going back to what you said, Henry.
40.
Whitlock hoping for another mistake here from Armstrong.
2 from 14.
Game
Make that
shot on the
3
6th
from
leg.
15 on the doubles. Armstrong is still in this fight, still in this wrestle,
7 for final
which will
leg.
go
It's
all the
Darren
way
to
to a
throw
deciding
first.
leg.
Game on.
This is a knockout leg. The winner of it will still have an outside chance. The loser of it will be eliminated following the end of today's play.
140.
And Armstrong has instantaneously put the pressure on Whitlock with a 2-treble visit.
30.
Yeah, for Mason Whitlock, I think
134.
the last 4-3 defeat has come so soon. He's just had that one game in between to kind of recompose himself. I think will be quite fresh in his mind.
60.
Just feel it all happening again. And as a dart player, you sometimes just think that the world is kind of conspiring against you at times. Nothing quite feels like it's going to go right.
100.
Well, statistically, this is the worst that Darren Armstrong's played today, but it looks like it's going to be the performance that gets him over the line. But the flurry that he's made from 3-1 down has shown real grit, resolve, determination. And he is going to come back for tops to stay in the fight.
60. Darren required 40.
What a comeback it's been. And what a win it is for Darren Armstrong. He has a
Armstrong.
check to see whether it was in. It's a dart at tops, which is a heartbreaker for Mason Whitlock, who is eliminated courtesy of that defeat. And for Darren Armstrong, the chances of him making it through is an outside one, but he has still got a chance of doing exactly that. A 4-3 win against Mason Whitlock means that he moves on to 8 points, but Robert Thornton can move on to 10 if he gets the better of the pointless Pontus Danielsson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darren Armstrong beat Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 3. That means Whitlock now is out of contention. He can get to 10 points, but because Wawrzewski and Thornton play, one of them's guaranteed 12. So Tommy Lishman's already qualified through Group C. He made light work of it in the end. He's going to join Lee Cox in the finals tomorrow evening. David Wawrzewski, Robert Thornton and Darren Armstrong, one from them three will qualify their way through. And then tonight we'll see Group B come to a conclusion where Sebastian Wawrzewski is a win away from making it through. Paul Hogan is also in a very good position. David Davis, Jordan Matthews and David Evans are all on 2 points apiece. And they're all going to need a big push towards the line if they are going to join the two. We already know are through to the final. So a big game coming up for Robert Thornton. Win here against Pontus Danielsson. He'll move on to 10 points in the group. Pontus still searching for his first win of Group C. But for Robert, we saw towards the latter ends of that game against Mason Whitlock, he found himself behind in that contest. Whitlock had a dart at the ball to win it. And then he just got himself a little bit wound up. You could tell he was getting visibly frustrated, but he channeled that anger in the perfect way to then go on and seal that 4-3 win with that excellent 110 checkout.
Yeah, it really was a bit of a fight, a bit of a struggle for Robert Thornton. He'll want to make slightly easier work of this here, but
100.
what we saw from Pontus Danielsson in his match earlier on was nothing short of sublime. For around 3 legs, was averaging around about 120. if he can reproduce anything like that, then he's going to cause a world of trouble here for Robert Thornton. We said he could be playing the role of a spoiler. That match did see Tommy Lishman win through 4-3.
I know he didn't win that game, Pontus, but I feel like he'll be happy with himself in the respect that he did himself some real justice in that game. And I think when you struggle, particularly like he has done in this group, you want to at least put in a performance that probably proves to yourself more than anything else.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we often say that darts is all about results, and ultimately it is. But when you're in a position that you know you can't qualify for Saturday, you haven't played your best, just actually performing and playing to a level that you know that you're happy with, that's something in itself.
58.
And you can play with the shackles off for the last couple of games. You knew a fair while ago he wasn't going to qualify. And actually, since then, he's played his best darts without that looming pressure. In fact, today's probably been his best day performance-wise. 82 in the first game, 87 in the end. That second match, he missed 12 darts at a double. That would be what would be the big frustration for him. He had opportunities.
80.
But that's also been a frustration this week. A vast number of bounce-outs. Robert paying him the ultimate respect. Double 5. 1-0 Thornton.
The first
95 check out. Another of those mid-range finishes, which comes to the goods of the aid of the Scot. He leads 1-0. Is Teddy on the stage?
48.
He is indeed. I have seen him. Just see him there to the left. I know I refer to him as Super Ted, but I do actually know that we've got a Super Bear that plays tonight. That's Jordan Matthews back in action in Group B.
26.
There it is. I hope Ted Evans hasn't got wind of what we're saying in here.
Well, if Ted's got a problem with it, maybe he can have a word with Jordan, and maybe we can call it Super Bear. One or the other.
68.
Don't know why, but I've had that Sean Locke story, the tiger came for a pint, stuck in my head.
100.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why, but why not?
I think at this time of day we should leave it there as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
22. Right, you're 136.
Yeah, whatever the driver was in that match for Pontus Danielsson against Tommy Lishman that saw him play so well, hasn't been able to replicate or reproduce anywhere near it against Robert Thornton.
Who, it has to be said, is racing away with this contest, leaves himself on a 2-dart. It's a good performance from Rob. He's averaging just under 91 at his present moment in time, but he hasn't got much by way of opposition in this game. For another mid-90s finish. The finishing's delightful from the Fawn. The 95 followed up by the 94. And he now leads by 2 legs to nil with a break.
To throw first. Game on.
I think this is kind of the game that Robert Thornton needs as well. One where he's not under all that pressure, where he's got a bit more freedom to relax and to play some of the levels that we've seen. He can produce. He was really up against it against Mason Whitlock.
Sometimes you just need a game where you feel really good about yourself. And this could be the perfect storm for Robert in that respect.
$85.
Yeah, and although there was a reaction with the 5 and the high 20 there from Thornton, it was nowhere near on par with what we saw in the earlier matches today.
180.
First 180 of the match goes the way of Danielsson.
41. $100.
Well, it's like Pontus has awoken from somewhat of a slumber here, because the first 2 legs he was off the pace, but in this leg, ton 80 ton has left himself on 1-2-1 after 9.
57. Robbie Record 95.
What we've seen before. Is it too little too late as Thornton looks to convert 95 once again? Same route, double 5.
85.
Can't quite do it on this occasion, so a chance here for
64.
Danielsson.
Double 8. For the break now, double 4. Well, this was his Achilles
60.
heel in that game against Tommy Lishman. He missed 12 darts at a double there. He's missed a couple here. Thornton in no mood to give out second invitations. He leads 3-0 and is in full command of the contest.
Fourth leg, it's Pontus to throw first. Game.
Yeah, and I can't help thinking every time I say Danielsson's surname, I mentioned it to you before, it's the Karate Kid. And rather much like his darts, he's really like wax on, wax off. It's just one thing or the other for him.
It's that good. I'm turning my microphone off and I am going.
Yeah, don't say things you don't mean, Henry.
I've never seen so many comments in the YouTube chat room.
60. Look
at the grit between the teeth of Robert there. He still fancies this task, and he's one of those players that until mathematically he cannot qualify, he will give every single ounce of his blood to try and do so. Well, he's had 5 140s in this game. That's his first max. With what could well be his last scoring visit.
$59. Robbie require 140.
Yeah, we've seen the 94 and the 95. Can Thornton add the 140? There's part 1. There's part 2. Needs double 10.
100.
Just pulls it wide.
Pontus require 161.
Love the reaction again there. Just demands perfection, does Robert Thornton.
Rubbish. Rubbish, he says.
95.
But he's got a chance to move on to 10
20.
points if he can pin this double 10. A 4-0 win helps the legs difference too. Well, double 5 has been a helpful friend to Robbie. He's already hit it a couple of times in this match. But he cannot find it a third time. And now Danielsson comes back to put a leg on the board. $12 for tops.
46.
Again, more doubling woes for Danielsson.
5.
Well, it's been a great performance, but this is to more limp over the line in this leg. Double 2. That's awkward. But that's in, and Robert Thornton is still in with a magnificent shout at qualifying for Saturday. He moves on to 10 points in the group. He will take on David Wawrzewski in his next game, and suddenly hope springs eternal for the Fawn. As for Pontus Danielsson, that search for an elusive first win goes on. That is how the game breaks down statistically. Thornton a 4-0 winner. Coming up after the break, big game for Darren Armstrong. He needs to win by 4 legs to 2 or better against Tommy Lishman to stand any chance of qualifying. Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are through 3 rounds of matches on this Friday afternoon. It's been a very energetic affair, that's for sure. And before the break, we saw Robert Thornton get the better Pontus Danielsson by 4 legs. It keeps him in contention. Him and Wawrzewski will play in game 11. And that's now a massive game, because if you look at the table, you can see they're both on 10 points respectively. Tommy Lishman is on 14 points in the group. Now, Darren Armstrong has still got an outside chance of qualification. However, he has to win this game against the table topper Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 2 or better. If Lishman gets to 3 legs in this game, Armstrong is out and he will no longer be able to qualify for Saturday evening's finale at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Lishman, well, he knows he's been through for a little while now. That win against David Wawrzewski rubber stamped his place through to Saturday night at the Live Lounge, where the whole massive will be in attendance. But for Darren, it is now or never. And it's one of those horrible scenarios where not just do you have to win, but you have to win by a scoreline.
Yeah, not sure how aware Darren will be of all the permutations. I think in his mind it's just getting that win, but he'll probably be aware that he will need...
Throw first.
I guess in ideal terms to reverse that result that he had against Tommy Lishman yesterday. He went down 4-1 against Lishman.
49.
Is it quite literally down to personal preference as to wanting to know or not wanting to know the permutations or scenarios?
Yeah, there's that. And also, I mean, we know, we sit up here and we've obviously got a team that help with the permutations as well. So, you know, it's actually sometimes just not
96.
quite possibly knowing exactly what you've got to do up there as well, especially for the newer players. Understanding all the different ways that, you know, the leg difference can make a change.
123.
That smile that he's exuded there was the fact that he wanted to hit a 9-darter a different route.
80.
Yeah, we're getting to that point again, aren't we, where a 9's just not as good as, you know, a 3 bullseye one. We saw Andreas Harrison try and finish off on that earlier on in the season.
44.
Help us when Connor Scott turns up here. Help us. The spotter's getting anxious already. The fact that he's playing later in the series.
54.
And I'm not sure the spotter's record against Connor Scott's all to be warranted about. Although there was a win apparently against him on the Pro Tour.
100. Tommy require 56.
But all focus here on this first leg. Lishman wants tops.
Game
14 darter, breaker throw. And now Armstrong is in a bit of bother because he can only concede 1 more leg.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
I think that picture summed it up, didn't it?
58.
I'll tell you what, there's an idea potentially here for
100.
our social media team. Best pulled faces in the background between legs this series.
God, I can think of a few, and that's just from this week, I reckon.
Basically, it'd be a Richie Burnett compilation video.
95.
You could do a few Richie Burnett themed compilations, I'm sure.
Just a Richie Burnett
56.
petition. I'd love to see a group with the most eccentric players you've ever seen here. So put Burnett in there. Put Daniel Lee in there.
100.
Put someone like a Kevin Painter in there. John Michael.
Yeah.
134.
I'll never forget the time that he had a game with Reece Robinson.
113.
That got a little bit fiery. This could get fiery.
33.
But he can't fire home the tops.
Yeah, if Lishman can Convert this 75, then Darren Armstrong, as you say, really is in trouble. And 24 is the target, and
Game
24
shot
is
the second
found,
leg.
and that's 2-0 Tommy Lishman.
Lishman.
If Darren Armstrong is going to stay in the tournament, he needs to win every leg from here on in.
Third leg, it's Darren to
No
throw
going
first.
back.
Game on.
If we're going to carry on with the theme of abbreviations, he's at PNR, the point of no return.
Yeah, we're not carrying on that theme.
97.
I'm joking. We can if you really want to.
OMG.
$139.
Well, we did see Darren in his last game,
140.
3-1 down to Mason Whitlock, and he battled away tremendously. Actually had a purple patch towards the end of that game to win 4-3, where he's going to have to find
74.
something akin to that and maybe a little bit more here.
58.
Now, for Darren Armstrong, a lot of the damage was done yesterday, and it might just be a stretch too far. Just the way that Lishman has played today.
98.
You can't envisage him not getting at least another leg on the board, if not winning out the match.
So Tommy Lishman is 190
71.
points away from eliminating Darren Armstrong, who you sense is going to have to take this 135 checkout to harbour any hopes, any slim, slender hopes of progressing his way through.
135.
Yeah, 89.
75. Tommy required 90.
So Lishman back here for a 3-0 lead, needs 90.
This to send Armstrong out. Double 15. And Darren Armstrong's
Game
been
shot in the
eliminated.
third leg.
His run has
Tommy
come
Lishman.
to an end, and now it's down to just 3 contenders. Lishman coming on 16.
it's
Don't need to
Tommy
worry
to throw
about him.
first.
He's been through a
Game.
while now. But Wawrzewski and Thornton playing the next match, and that has the feel of a knockout match. Both players still have one more game to go after it, but
81.
David's got to take on Pontus, and Robert's got to take on Darren, and you would get the sense that after that round of matches that both players would be heavy favourites to win their
100.
final match.
Yeah, I agree. As this one was an all or nothing game for Darren Armstrong, you get the feeling that the next match has also
95.
got the same weight for those next two players.
Knockout chaos
60.
on this Friday afternoon of the Live Lounge. Armstrong has been knocked out. Lishman gave him the KO punch with a 90 checkout, and now is swinging
180.
even though he's still on the canvas.
100. Tommy require 145.
Well, that would have compounded the pain if Lishman took out the 145.
73.
Will leave himself on 72 to complete a 4-0 win.
105. Tommy requires 72.
So for 4-0. A single leaves Tops as the target. And Tops is
Game
found, and that is
shot
a
of the
4-0
match.
win for Tommy
Lishman.
Lishman. Does average our first ton topper, 100.20, and you can see what it means to Tommy Lishman. He's obviously delighted. We know he's topped the table. We know he's going through, but look at that performance. 100.20 average, 4 out of 4 on the outer ring, 100%. But what that also does for Darren Armstrong is sends him home. That's his campaign over. Well, do join us in a few minutes because we've got another crucial match as Dave Wawrzewski takes on Robert Thornton.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
It's on the third leg, Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg, Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg, Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tommy Lishman has secured a 4-0 success against Darren Armstrong. Eliminates him from the race in terms of making it through to Saturday night's final. And so the picture could be a little bit clearer for the end of this game between Dave Wawrzewski and Robert Thornton, both in contention to make it through. We already know that Tommy Lishman has qualified through. Lee Cox won Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. And then tonight, Sebastian Wawrzewski is a win away for progressing through Group B. Paul Hogan finds himself on 6 points, whilst Messrs Davies, Matthews and Evans are all on 2. And they look like they're going to be scrapping it out for the final spot through. But this is a big game, our 11th match of the afternoon session. It sees David Wawrzewski and Robert Thornton go toe-to-toe. Both players locked on 10 points, but there's a massive advantage for Wawrzewski in terms of the legs difference. Plus 11 for him, plus 6 for Thornton. And although it has a feeling of a knockout match, a win for Wawrzewski would make Thornton's life so much harder, particularly when you add in the fact that David's last game is against Pontus. As far as Thornton's concerned, if he wins this,
to throw first.
he'll be on 12.
Game on.
And he also plays the first game in the last round of fixtures. He'll play Darren Armstrong. And so he can put the points on the board and he can put the pressure on Wazzy. Now,
60.
One thing that I've spotted straight away is David has not just changed his shirt, but he's also changed his flights into the colour of his shirt.
I like it. It's branding. Yeah, good colour coordination there from Wazzy.
He's been listening to Paul Nicholson, hasn't he?
60.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out if there's a reason for the change. We've obviously seen Robert Thornton come out with a bit of a lucky charm in his teddy that you can just see there sat on the table. Is this a lucky shirt for Dave Wawrzewski?
Well, I hope that bear paid its £2 booking fee.
$60. $140.
Now, I can confirm that Thornton needs 3 legs in this game to remain in contention. So if Wawrzewski can
140.
win this game for 2 or better, even though they can both end on the same number of points, the legs difference would be too big a gap to bridge.
Oh, and that's a poor dart there from Robert
36.
Thornton. Had a real
David
opportunity to
McCoy,
find one of the
86.
breaks of throw that he's going to need. Pulls it into the 7 and Dave
38.
himself
Robert McCoy,
missing
40.
the big 18 target.
Game shot on the
And well
first
converted
leg.
there, and it's
Robert
1-0 Robert Thornton. I think he's got the memo, Henry.
He's got a bit of a scooter on, hasn't he, the
Second leg,
form?
it's Robert to throw first.
Beat
Game
Danielsson 4-0 comprehensively in the end, and has got off to a bright start in this particular match.
134.
I will say, Thornton in his match against Danielsson, he looked probably the most comfortable that I've seen him look today.
121.
We were saying, is that the kind of match that he needed to really settle into this, Group C campaign? Obviously, it's right near the tail end, but like I say, just hasn't looked comfortable.
Well, that bear's got the best seat in the house.
140.
Bird's eye view. And also is well libated if he needs a swig of water or two.
45.
I just hope that nobody accidentally spills a glass, because I don't think that that's going to end too well.
Well, not for the Teddy anyway.
We'll be like the tiger who came for a pint.
95. David Require 140.
140 for Wawrzewski to level up at 1-1. It's not going to go, and so Thornton here to move 2-0 up. And remember,
100.
he
Robbie
needs a
McCoy,
scoreline win.
127.
Oh, needs treble 19. Can't find it. So Wazzy with a chance here to break
55.
straight back. He
David
needs that
McCoy,
tops target
40.
that we've seen Robert Thornton pin on so many occasions today.
Game shot on
Yeah,
the
no
second
problem
leg.
there.
David
One
Wawrzewski.
apiece. Back on throw.
So Thornton needs 3 legs to stay in contention. Wawrzewski wins
David
4-2
to
or
throw
better.
first.
It
Game
is
on.
done. He is through. He joins Lishman. He joins Lee Cox.
140. $81.
If it doesn't go the way of Robert Thornton, I do wonder how he'll reflect on this week, because we've mentioned it before, Group A, he was so close to topping the group, then all of a sudden finds himself here in Group C. Bitterly disappointed that
140.
he couldn't quite cross the line in Group A, and has battled hard here and really has found himself just on the outside of those top 2 spots.
140.
I bet he wished that Teddy could do what they did in the film Ted and summon some human powers to help him
180.
throw the darts. Neat. Thornton
85. David Require 41.
is up against it a bit here. Double 16 for 2-1 lead.
Game shot.
Oh, that's
the third
superb.
leg.
But under a little bit
David
of pressure,
Wawrzewski.
Wawrzewski finds a 12 darter just to suppress the
Fourth leg, it's Robert to
excerts
throw
of
first.
Thornton.
Game on.
Now Thornton with all the work to do.
95. $180.
Dave Wawrzewski making that really difficult for Robert Thornton.
$135.
Oh, hello, David. Goodbye, David.
Why did you speak? Literally, as soon as you touched the button, I was like, put it down.
Right, bye.
You know, 3 times and it's
99.
binding. You've said bye twice now.
How has your Friday afternoon at work been?
60.
It's not work, it's good fun here at the Super Series.
Well, we can say that's set up here, but I'm
81.
not sure Thornton will agree with you right at this stage, because it really does look like it's all the pressure and bullseye here. Oh, misses by the smallest margin.
136. Robbie Require 91.
as Ian Smith would say, by the barest of all margins. Great recovery of dart 2, and that would have been another 90 plus out, which would have helped him en route.
David, you require 25.
I thought you were just trying to shoehorn in the word bear once again.
21.
That last one was wild, yet
Robert, you require.
David recognises
14.
that. So 14 here for 2 apiece. Robert Thornton.
Huge exchange. Huge dart. And the double that won him a World Seniors title doesn't come to his aid there.
4.
Both players on double 2. Wawrzewski for the break at a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the
what a
flag.
dart.
David
When you
Wawrzewski.
consider the lie after dart 1 just to shoehorn a way in,
Fifth leg,
that was
it's David to throw
superb.
first.
And
Game
Thornton here is scraping down the barrel of another elimination.
81. $51.
Well, their meeting yesterday, it was Robert Thornton that got the better of Wawrzewski. 4-3. Really tight battle between the pair, but
140.
Wawrzewski here really has taken the initiative. I'm not sure what Robert Thornton's got left in the tank. What response can
97.
he muster?
Well, he's in big trouble because Thornton, even for a max for the next turn, can't leave himself on a finish. And Wawrzewski is
125.
flying away with this leg now. Well, Thornton's had some oasis of excellence this week, but he may well
95.
see his chances slide
David
away.
155.
And
97.
Thornton's half the world away in this leg.
Yeah, exactly 200 points between them. Thornton struggling to narrow the gap.
45.
Well, he was wondering
David
what was the story in terms of Morning Glory. He had a dart to win Group A, but Wawrzewski is looking at tops to win by 4 legs to 1 and eliminate Robert Thornton. And David Wawrzewski has been on fire for the last 2 days, and he fires his way through to the Saturday night showdown. He said at the beginning of the week he had big expectations, and with numbers like that you can understand why. A 4-1 win against the Fawn means that the 2-time World Seniors champion is out. David Wawrzewski is looking for his first weekly title here at the Live Lounge. Is very much in the race. He's into the final 6. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Mason Whitlock takes on Pontus Danielsson. These two playing for pride.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Of it. It's 2 in. Ace going down. Treble 19. Yeah, nice. Yeah, 2 in again. He's on the up zoom.
And do you?
It's a 180. Last 3. 144 remaining.
And then throwing a 177.
We'll be up first. Treble 20.
He's on a potential 9 darter.
Confirming the second.
Come on, Jared.
And to me on double 12.
Yes, you beauty!
Yes. I tell you what, he's pretty good, ain't he?
Well, Jared Cole is back at the Super Series next week. Well, in a playing capacity anyway. As far as Group A is concerned, it's the best lineup we have seen, I think, in a qualification week ever. Andy Bolton, Cam Crabtree, Mike Warburton, Wesley Plazier and Victor Tingsham all in there. 3 of them 6 made a Players' Championship semi-final on the same day not long ago. Plazier came close to winning that particular tournament, made it through to the final. Jared Cole's joined alongside Aidan Kirk at a good start to the Challenge Tour season, and Harry Gregory, really emerging talent. Clue Bevan, Adam Paxton, really exciting player from the North East. Looking forward to watching him play. And Scott Marsh will be back for Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. But I do have a bit of a bone to pick because I love our social media team to death. They really are a great bunch of people. However, we are never going to hear the end of that now. We've done a promo on Jared Cole because he's in our ears most days, and every single day he brings up that 9 darter. Stop giving him ammunition. Rant over. Game 12. It's Whitlock against Danielsson. What happens here, Laura?
Well, I don't know. I want to know what's going to happen when you bump into Jared when we finish for the day. That's going to be
probably involve some black eyes, Laura. I'll be honest.
And then some peas for the eye.
Game on.
Yeah, I've had it in my ears. Spotter's on his way to come, so apologies everyone if we don't track the darts.
It's been nice knowing you all. Anyway, to the action. For Mason, it's been an improved day 2 for him, although there was a little bit of a drop-off in that game against Darren last time out. And
99.
for Pontus, today has been a day where he's played some great stuff, but just hasn't had any rub of the green. It felt like last time out against Robert, he was just kind of brought down by what happened the game before and losing it. But he has kick-started this game tremendously.
Yeah, I feel the same with most players. Obviously, when they come here, you want to see players pick up points and win games. And I think for both of these players, possibly we'll reflect on a few that got away.
120.
But Pontus, the way that he's kicked on just in the last couple of matches, you feel that he does deserve a couple of points on the board. Will that come at the expense of Mason Whitlock?
Pontus should require 100.
Well, once again, he's left himself on a 2-dart finish after 9. Double 10. He's having spells 80. Today, there's no doubt about that. But it'd be so typical of his day if Mason took out the big fish.
It really would. And that's not going to go. But Pontus,
42.
despite that scoring prowess that we've mentioned, the doubles have been the issue. Can he use that? Is that a good guide for him? Goes inside, so double 5.
Game shot on the first.
Converts it.
Pontus Danielsson.
And you would say that he
Second leg,
would
it's
deserve
Pontus
a
to
win.
throw
The way he's
first.
played today,
Game
he's
on.
much better than the player that hasn't picked up a win in this group, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
But the difference is you've got to
58.
do enough to get over the line. They don't just get handed out like confetti at a Greek Reading.
45.
You can hit 9 darters and not win matches at the Super Series.
60.
Of course, Tommy Lishman did that on Tuesday, didn't he, against David Evans, and lost that particular encounter.
59.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting stat to kind of see the 9 darters that we've seen here. How many actually convert into a match win?
Laura, no more Jared Cole stats, please.
140.
That wasn't the implication specifically, but I do find that, unless you do it to win a match,
84.
then hitting that 9 darter up on the stage, the adrenaline, everything that's pumping through you, it can actually, be not as helpful as perhaps one may originally think.
60.
Well, do you remember that day at the World Championship where the late, great Carl Anderson and Terry Jenkins hit 9
96.
darters and they both lost their matches? However, Pontus here going about his job nicely enough.
43.
Needs himself on a finish, but Mason with a couple of trebles can make himself favourite for the leg. Does that job.
139. Pontus should require 140.
Well, Pontus will be hoping to find 2 treble 20s of his own here.
100. Mason, you require
Finds the one, leave
78.
tops, but Mason Whitlock here with 78 left. Single. Oh, is that awkward?
58.
Yeah, it was a slight blocker and just
required
clattered
40.
into it. So Pontus here with a chance to go 2-0 in front.
Looking at tops.
Game
Good
shot
dart.
the second
There's
leg.
been times this week,
Pontus
because his
Danielsson.
darts sit in the board, that a dart at tops which goes above can be a bit
The leg
awkward
gets
for him. But there was
Mason to
enough
throw
space
first.
to the
Game on.
right-hand side, and he used it as a treat there. 2-0 he leads.
Yeah, very contrasting styles, the pair of them.
100.
Whereas Mason Whitlock's darts sit up slightly, which tends to block if it goes underneath. Pontus is very much more throws kind of that muchly desired flatty that people
96.
try and replicate.
Fair few Australians watching Mason's progress
69.
through this tournament. Josh Ryan is watching in the early hours in the land down under. Loves the
85.
UK darts, gives him an early morning thrill apparently.
177.
floats your boat.
100. Mason, you require 155.
Well, there's treble 20, treble 19. That would have left double 19, so just looking to set it up.
99.
He's himself on 56, single to double combo after 12. To half the deficit in this contest.
59. Mason,
Good
you
quality
require
contest, both
56.
players averaging late in the 80s.
Game shot.
That's
the
a
third
14
leg.
darter.
Mason Whitlock.
Back to 2-1 and forces Danielsson here.
Full flare against Pontus to throw
The
first.
whole throw, otherwise
Game
this game is back on throw.
on. 60.
Yeah, whilst we saw some phenomenal spells from Pontus, it's whether he's got the consistency
190.
to hold off Whitlock.
140.
He's using his darts much better, Pontus, here. No, and what I mean by that is earlier on this week, he wouldn't be able to follow darts as well, or he wouldn't be able to use a lie as well. But
61.
today he's been able to do that a lot better.
And again, there's not many times where players, unless you're a professional player right at the top of the game, where you get to kind of play
70.
consecutively for 5 days in a row against such a competitive field. So it does lend itself to finding those kind of micro improvements that you need to make.
100.
Well, Whitlock has kind of forced the hand of Pontus here in the respect that he needs to hit something big to be favourite still to win this fourth leg.
99.
That could be enough, depending on what Mason can do here. Ton 40. This game changes. This game could have changed. This has a feel of must go.
132.
Do like the champagne shot, lots of options. Treble 19. Oh, that would have left the ball, so Whitlock back for 81.
65. Mason Iroquois, 81.
Double 12. And now double 6.
69.
How big a miss could that be?
Pontus Iroquois,
Because Pontus
67.
returns for 3-1. Pontus ponders. Triple 9 for Tots was the MO, and he is going to get a dart at the top of the board, and it's a dart he's going to
47.
miss.
Mason Iroquois, 12.
Double 3.
6.
Yeah, and that is awkward for most
Pontus
players.
Iroquois, 20.
20 left here for Pontus for that 3-1 lead.
Even though there's no ramifications on this game for Pontus
shot
as he
number
leads
4
3-1, he's guaranteed
Pontus
to
Danielsson.
be bottom of the table no matter what happens. But for Mason Whitlock, there is
Play
an
against Mason to throw
opportunity to
first.
climb the table.
Game on.
He could have moved on to 8 points of a win here. And of course, remember with the prize money structure that's in place at the Modus Super Series, every single position in which you
60.
finish in a group holds a different monetary financial value to it. So the higher up in the group you go, even if you don't qualify, you will pick up more prize money as a result.
140.
Yeah, there's still plenty to play for. As dart players, you just want to go up there and win everything
46.
anyway, but there is that extra monetary value as well if you can climb the table. But there's also pride, and I think for Danielsson, just getting that win.
135.
He's in a good position here to get that win. It's been very elusive for him so far in Group C.
100.
And playing well, averaging 87 in this contest. That's despite 7 missed darts at a double in this match.
97.
Yeah, good last there as well. 129 after 9.
42. Pontus Iroquois, 129.
6 darts from 129 to pick up his first win here at the Super Series. That leaves 64.
73.
That'll leave him on 56 to win the match.
Yeah, frustration once again here for Mason Whitlock.
45.
Can't leave
Pontus
anything,
Iroquois,
so still
56.
6 from here for Danielsson for 56. Finds a 16. Yeah, and finds the tops, and that is a 4-1 win for Pontus Danielsson. It has eluded him, but he has crossed the line, and you can see what it means. He's pleased to get the win under his belt. It's all academic for him. He will finish bottom of the table, but a good performance, an 85.76 average, and that's despite 4 from 12 on the outer ring. But it's those 2 points, and I think that will mean the world to him. But do join us after a short break. When we come back, we'll see Robert Thornton take on Darren Armstrong.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
shot, and the match.
Steve
West
West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And here we have our match here between Darren Armstrong and Robert Thornton. And again, both these players now know their fate. They will not be making it through to the finals here on Saturday. There you can see the table, confirmation that Tommy Lishman and David Wawrzewski, they have secured their place on 16 and 12 points. Robert Thornton may be able to join David on 12 points, but unfortunately for him, the leg difference is just too much. And for Darren Armstrong, perhaps a bit of jostling for position here is on the cards if he can get the better of Robert Thornton. Be interesting to see how they kind of look back on their week, because Robert Thornton at the moment all smiles, but he wasn't during the match, hasn't looked particularly comfortable throughout the course of the day. And just think he will probably look back and be quite disappointed not to have topped Group A and then find himself in Group C and just can't do enough to quite get over the line.
He'll feel like it was a week of what could have been and what might have been for him, that the opportunities were there on multiple occasions, but just unable to take full advantage of them. He'll feel like this week has been a real missed opportunity. But one thing I will say I think he will take as a positive is his game looks in a better place.
140.
After that World Seniors Championship defeat, when he lost that title, and I know it was a title he held so dearly to his heart, that there was a little bit of a struggle for a few months thereafter. I don't know whether that was an effect of losing that title, but there was just one or two signs, but it just looks like his game at the minute once again is in a really good place. And so if he can take anything from
58
this week, and I know it's very difficult, particularly now when you're in the heat of battle, but maybe back in isolation, is his game looks in a very good place to compete going into the second half of the year.
Yeah, I agree. And the one thing we do know, it's not for a lack of want or desire with Robert Thornton. He absolutely loves the sport, loves playing darts. And we love seeing him play well. And as you say, gives hope for the future for him.
I think if there's ever one thing we accuse Robert of, is not trying enough. Sometimes it's wanting it too much.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is a problem for some players.
90. Robert McGuire, 150.
He's one of those players, he does chastise himself a lot, but he actually does it even when he's throwing well. Just demands perfection.
80.
The famous line, "Oh, Robert," is one that we've heard for many a year. Every player has their tell, and that's one of Robert's, one of the real characters of our great sport. And is a great sport off the hockey as well. 15 and tops. Tops to take out this opening leg, but 40. It strays the other side into the double 5.
99.
Tops. Tops is what he was looking at, but not what he's going to find.
34. Robbie, you require 30.
And so double 15 for the form. Splits double 10, double 10.
20. Darren, you require 65.
Well, tops and tens is now the target for Armstrong.
Game
He
shot
does
the
convert.
first leg.
1-0 to the good.
Second leg,
first
it's
blood
Darren to throw first.
to Armstrong at the Battle of the Scots, and Robert does look hot and bothered on the stage. It's one of those horrible scenarios because in terms of league positioning,
82.
not much, if anything, well, nothing can change. And so it's one of those horrible scenarios where you're playing a game where you have to play it
60.
for the integrity of the competition, for the league placing, and everything else that goes with it, even though neither player can swap positions as you want. And so you find yourself on that stage disappointed, and it's difficult not to go through the motions because you want something so bad, you miss out, and then you're having to be put on stage again.
Oh yeah, I'm sure as players you can find your own little narratives. Darren Armstrong did get the better of Robert Thornton yesterday, and I'm sure he'd like to reap some revenge. But it's Darren Armstrong once again that's making inroads.
83. Darren, you require 100.
Hasn't played bad at all, Darren. The numbers have been quite good for him, but the key moments have gone against him. But this could be a big find.
62.
But he isn't going to take out the double 19 for a ton check. I don't often hear that being said.
Yeah, not too traditional route, but almost effective.
85. Darren, you require
Options
38.
here. But goes straight for... No, he opted to split, but it went a bit wrong.
26.
The old 9-5 double 12 route.
I was perplexed for a second there.
100.
I'm not convinced that when he stepped up to the board, he knew what he was going for because it looked like he was going straight at it. And goes straight at double 3 and does find the target. 2-0. Darren Armstrong.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game.
Both players will be, I think, somewhat at leads when the experience is over. They'll both head back up north of the border to reassess things. But Darren, since his last visit here, he's done some tremendous stuff. Got through to a quarter-final in the last 16 of a Challenge Tour and beaten some big names en route to those quarter-finals. In matter of fact, he's beaten probably the favourite to win next week, Wesley Plazier.
60.
Yeah, again, no comment on the favourite for next week.
Who do you think will win Group A?
38.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I think whoever's going to win that really, wants to get off to a very strong, solid start. Don't want to leave it right to the last minute.
Well,
60.
This year on the Challenge Tour, Darren Armstrong has beaten John Henderson, Connor Scott, Stefan Belmont, Wesley Plazier.
100.
There's a real good list of names that he has got the better of in 2024. He's an improving player. That there's no doubt.
123.
Just a little bit of a bump in the road these last 2 days.
98.
Decided to go for the bullseye. Decided to attack the finish. In fact, he's also had wins this year
50.
against
Conan
Whitehead, Bradley Brooks,
23.
More doubling woes here for Robert Thornton. Finds himself 0 from 7. Will come back, but we've seen it already today. Double one, not a given.
41.
We've had some fun on the double one on this Friday.
Game
In it goes. Thornton brings it back to 2-1. I tell you what, this will probably be the win that Darren may take as the one that will carry the most weight, just because of name and reputation. He actually beat John Part 6-4 at Q School, stage 2. And John was playing well at Q School. He played some really good stuff.
74. $140.
Yeah, Q School. Hard enough just to get through stage 1, get into stage 2.
96.
It's an absolutely brutal contest to try and secure a tour card.
Actually beat another one of the favourites to win next
57.
week. Beat Andy Bolton at Q School early one this year.
$90.
Yeah, sometimes you just have times where it just doesn't all quite come together quick enough. And when you're playing the quality of what we've seen here in Group C, it's all about timing. As you say, that the numbers have been good for Darren. The numbers have been good for Robert, but it's all about timing. And you make those slips at the wrong time, and people have just taken advantage.
44.
Well, he's left himself 97 here to move 3-1 to the good in this contest.
80. Darren Iroquois, 97.
Triple 19 tops. Well, that wasn't in the plan. 76 left. Could be double-double. Decided to go conventional. And will lay himself up for tops if Thornton cannot find the 1-2-4.
He's ball. Perfect bullseye there for Robert Thornton.
Robert Thornton.
And I think the shake of the head there is not, it's not disappointment of converting the 1-2-4. I think it's just the fact that it's happening and coming together now, and it hasn't been that straightforward for him throughout Group C.
Why now? He says.
$31.
Don't forget that there's another session tonight here at the Super Series. 10 o'clock, we're back underway to see how Group B will come to a close. And we'll be watching Sebastian Wawrzewski with bated interest. He's on 8 points to the top of the group. 1 win tonight for the poll. And he will be in tomorrow night's final. Remember, Wawrzewski actually ended the run of Luke Littler here at the Super Series. And for a long time, that was actually Luke's last defeat in all competitions.
41.
Yeah, the lineup Saturday shaping up nicely. As you mentioned, Lee Coxey, top Group A. He'll be there on Saturday. And now from Group C, we've confirmed he'll be in the company of Tommy Lishman and David Wawrzewski.
I have been told to expect a sizable presence from his fan club as well, Crafty Coxey. And David could bring a few down as well. We'll flash up the QR code in the next leg for you to, if you are maybe one of David's fans waiting for him to play Pontus, or you fancy a Saturday night on the South Coast, or any Saturday night on the South Coast for that matter. It doesn't have to be tomorrow, it could be any week you like.
100.
We'll let you know more about that in the next leg. Double 19, straight for it. Now, if 4 on 2-2-2, he may decide to split. Does decide to split.
66.
I mean, the option to go for the 10 or the 6 on 38 is slightly more sensible. Kind of made a hash of it last time round.
Darren Iroquois, 32.
For a 3-2 lead, up for double 8 for the break.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And Armstrong now has the darts for the match. Big moment.
6th leg, it's Darren to throw first.
To end with a win here on the live lounge stage. A man who made it through to Saturday night. The last time he participated. But his participation is going to be
95.
over at the end of this game. Don't know about you, Laura, but it's one of those aesthetically pleasing words, isn't it?
60.
Participation.
Yeah, it's quite pleasing. Don't really know. Never really thought about the word participation in
120.
in that kind of way. Definitely coming to the end of this session, aren't we, Henry?
100.
I'm allowed one a week.
Would it be aesthetically pleasing?
I don't know.
Isn't that something you look at?
I look at the
60.
word participation.
Wonderful. Okay, good save. Not.
Let's move on.
I'd say it was. Oh no, it'd be too technical. I think.
45.
Would it be semantically pleasing?
Scott Mitchell's going to have some fun here tomorrow night, isn't he, sat next to me?
97.
Anyhow, Armstrong 129 to win this game 4-2.
100. Narrative acquired 129.
Great first dart. Trouble 16 was what he was looking for, but trouble 16 he couldn't find. Now he has got time on his side. And he'll leave himself on a double to win the match. Double 8 is what he'll be looking for to set a 4-2 win against the Thorn.
41. Darren requires 16. Game shot and the match.
Yeah, and there
Darren
is the match. A
Armstrong.
little shrug of the shoulders there from Darren Armstrong. You see both of them, as mentioned before, they're just playing for pride up there, but was still a good result and a second win over the Thorn for Darren Armstrong. Average there 81.63, 4 from 13 on the outer ring with that high checkout of 65. We did see the 1-2-4 from Robert Thornton, but wasn't enough, and the Thorn goes down 4-2 to Darren Armstrong. Well, we'll take a short break, but coming back, we'll have Tommy Lishman, and he'll be facing Mason Whitlock.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where another game of darts is about to begin. Tommy Lishman and Mason Whitlock go toe-to-toe in our 14th game of the session. 2 more to go. Whitlock against Lishman. Mason will depart us following the end of this game. Tommy Lishman will be looking ahead to tomorrow night when this game is completed. And for Tommy, what a day, what a group he's had. In terms of today's performances, well, he's perfect throughout the card. He could complete the card here with a win. And he had a topping average last time out in a 4-0 win against Darren Armstrong. He was also 4 from 4 when it came to the doubling. For Mason, an improved day today. But unfortunately for him, just not quite enough in the end.
No, it wasn't in the end, but I've been very impressed with what I've seen from Tommy Lishman.
97.
I don't know, maybe this is kind of what a 9 darter can do for you, but just looks
43.
completely at home up on that Super Series stage. Hasn't looked at all flummoxed. He's not flapped it. You know, he's been up against it. Felt a bit of pressure. He has been pushed. A couple of 4-3 results, but finds a way and tops the table.
And just continue to build up the confidence, isn't it? He has been a 180 magnet so far today. That's his 11th 180 of the day. He hit 9 yesterday. He's had 20 in this group. And that doesn't tell you exactly what happened in Group A.
140. Tommy require 138.
Yeah, but a solid visit there from Mason Whitlock. Leaves him on 68, and Tommy's not able to convert this 138.
He's had 42 180s this week.
98. Mason, you require 68.
It's not bad, is it?
It's absolutely ridiculous.
64. Tommy requires
But
40.
trebles for show, doubles for dough, and he has tots to open up a 1-0 lead.
Well, that one was wild. Into the 1. Ops 3 for 36.
22. Mason, you require 4. Game shot on the first there.
And it is Mason that
Whitlock
finds that first double, finds the first breaker throw.
Now then, Laura,
it's Mason to throw first.
the record for 180s in a week is held by some 17-year-old kid called Luke Littler, who hit 65 180s in a week in Series 4 Week 8 in June 2023.
Wow. Yeah, that's some record.
85.
Perhaps not a surprise, it's the only time he played the whole week here. As a matter of fact, the record is another record for you. The most games consecutively with a maximum, Conan Whitehead hit a 180 in 25 straight matches in Series 8. Sorry, Series 7. This is Series 8, isn't it?
140.
Yeah, again, another one. They're not easy to do that on a consecutive
46.
basis. It depends on how the results go. Obviously, the deeper the games go, the more chance you've got of hitting that 180. But yeah, 25 games.
56. 43.
He has hit a 180 in each of his last 10 matches. The last time he played a game that didn't feature a max was on Wednesday afternoon when he lost 4-0 to Sebastian Wawrzewski. And he's in again here.
Yeah, perfect visit there. Leaves him on tops.
Tommy require 40. Game shot the second.
No trouble this time, and we're back on a level game, 1 apiece.
Wow.
It's Tommy to throw
Lishman
first.
putting in another good performance. Yesterday, his daily average was 91.5. And if he finishes strongly here today, it wouldn't surprise you in the slightest that if that goes up a level, because you've got a 95 in there, a ton in there. He's currently averaging 92 as things stand.
125.
Yeah, just sending out a few signals to the rest of the field.
92.
And we've commented already throughout today, but it's not very often that you have players from Group A that get 8 out of 15, sit on 16 points and find themselves in Group C. And we had 2 players in Lishman and Thornton. Lishman actually finished 5th in that Group A table, but
180.
he's just approached this Group C really head-on, business-like, got the job done, and
100.
we will see him again tomorrow.
Forget Tommy Lishman. This is more Tommy Sheeshman.
65. Amazing, you record 136.
The amount of maxis he's hit this week.
$96.
Credit where credit's due. We've been heaping all the praise on Lishman, but Whitlock here has left tops after 12 for the break. He may not even get a go. He may not even get a go.
72.
But he will.
Mason, you require 40. Game shot in the third.
Yeah, good dart, well thrown.
Mason Whitlock.
Mason has had a tendency to throw those a bit low for tops, but
full flag against Mason.
Very well executed.
Game.
One of those games that will anyone actually hold on to throw?
What's it they say in the trades? This is a bit of a breakathlon. Just me?
It's not a term that I've used before, but there's plenty of things you say that I probably wouldn't say.
180.
4 180s, Tommy. 4. That's incredible.
59.
You just see that little smile on the face again of Tommy Lishman.
If you're looking for the record for 180s in a match,
45.
it's 7 from an individual player. That was achieved by Mark Dubbridge in a game against Wesley Newton here at the Live Lounge.
85.
This goes all the way. He could break this.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, but again, credit to Mason Whitlock, 2-1 up.
140. $57. Tommy record 136.
136 for Lishman to level up at 2-2. He's been doing all the scoring. But he finds himself... Oh, my goodness. He has to move...
60.
Well, that is an amazing dart. An amazing dart. All things considered. I just wonder if there was a temptation to move over.
76. Tommy requires 76.
Yeah, poorly timed bounce up there for Whitlock. But it could all be academic. And it
Game
is. And we
shot
are back
full
at
flag.
2-2.
Tommy Lishman.
Another level game.
Another great game.
Fifth flag, it's Tommy to throw.
We've been
first.
treated with this
Game
Group
on.
C this week.
$100.
Well, time's running out for him to get the record now, Tommy.
93.
He's going to have to hit back-to-back 180s here if we're going to have a chance.
Well, we know he's definitely got that in the locker, but not going to happen here.
45.
Well, it's been 8.5 minutes of brilliance this match.
96.
Both players averaging high in the 90s. Lishman 95.23. Whitlock 93.05.
140.
And Mason actually has ended both days strongly. He's put in 2 good performances
81.
to finish off the days, but they both come in losing efforts. Wawrzewski put in a big performance against him to win 4-0 yesterday, and as things stand, he's potentially up against it in this match against Lishman, despite having an average of 92.5.
Yeah, he's definitely found levels, Mason Whitlock, as the
95.
the days have
Tommy
progressed.
Require,
But
116.
I should say he's finding himself against players that are just upping theirs. And double 18.
98. Mason, you require 136.
Well, the 136s are going to go for Whitlock, and so Lishman will come back for
60.
double
Tommy, you
9 to
require
open up a 3-2
80.
lead. One for double 4. 2 4s for 3-2.
Game shot.
No
the fifth
mistake
leg.
about that one.
Tommy Lishman.
And Lishman is a leg away.
Sixth leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game.
Yeah, that was the first holder throw that we've seen in the match so far. Goes the way of Lishman within one of the match.
40.
I think they're the things that will frustrate Mason Whitlock as he puts himself in prime position. It's twice today that he's actually led 3-1 over his opponents and just let it slip away. And
140.
he's got, he starts off very strongly. It's maintaining that consistency throughout the entire match.
And I can imagine for Mason that's purely an experience
97.
thing.
Yeah, and I think as players, you kind of have that adrenaline. You want to make a strong start. It's actually keeping it going. And that's something, as you say, you probably learn with experience.
Which is gaining little by little.
100. $57.
Well, Lishman will feel like he now has the game by the scruff of the neck. 2-6-1. Try to get it done in 9 darts. You feel like if he can get it done in 9 darts, he'll
57.
win this game.
Yeah, there's just that loose start again that's
45.
problematic for Mason Whitlock.
Feels like it's all just beginning to take its toll for Mason. But for Tommy Lishman, it's been a great week. He's hit a
100.
9-darter. He's qualified through to Saturday night. He's played some superb darts en route. And now he's 104 points away from progressing through with a
42.
win.
Tommy Require, 104.
Yeah, true to form.
56.
Tommy just looking to set up, leaves himself on 48.
140.
A little bit of pressure on here
Tommy
on the
Require,
48.
48.
Eight for tops. Double 10.
28.
Not going to go. So Mason Whitlock here with a
Mason, you
chance
require
to level
80.
us back up 3 apiece. He opted to stay, and that is the risk. If you do throw it off the board, and
1.
yeah, a bit of a disaster
Tommy,
there
you
for Mason
require
Whitlock.
20.
He's awkward, has to move.
10.
And just on the wrong
Mason, you
side,
require
so
79.
Whitlock back for 79. Yeah, double 11.
Game shot on the 6th flag. Mason Whitlock.
Yeah, and we do have a level game. Fist bump there between the two.
7th and final leg. It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you can just see Tommy Lishman mouthing the word "wow," and I think that was just because of the chances that he had in that match.
100.
He'd have thought he should be wrapped up back in the hotel room, but no, we are at a level match.
66. 60.
Now, Lishman has had a couple of games that run 4-3 today. Ran out a 4-3 winner over Danielsson.
60.
Also against Dave Wawrzewski, that went 4-3. Can he find a hat trick of 4-3 results to solidify his place at the top of the table?
85. $40.
Can we have another 180? Not quite there for Lishman.
100.
Just stepped off the pace ever so slightly, but in a good position once again.
134. Tommy require 156.
And Lishman has at least 6 starts from here. Not going to get the 156, so looking at what he can leave.
128. $121. Tommy required 28.
Yeah, just through the last one there. If it went in the treble 20, maybe a bonus. Thinks this is already done. 7 to target for Tommy Lishman. Yeah, and that's wild. Mason Whitlock back for 80.
No score.
Saw him do this the leg before.
Mason, you require
Opted for
80.
tops. Didn't pan out. I wonder if he goes a slightly safer route. He's still going, but made sure of the 20 this time.
40.
Yeah, that
Tommy
was unfortunate.
required
Bounced off the wire.
28.
So Tommy Lishman back for 28 for a 4-3 win. Yeah, this time Tommy Lishman does find the target, does find 28. Disappointment once again for Mason Whitlock, who ran to our table topper so close. But once again, Tommy Lishman, he does find a way. And there's your averages, 87.53 for Tommy Lishman and 83.84 for Mason Whitlock. 3 out of 6 for Mason on the outer ring. But once again, just finds himself the wrong end of a 4-3 deficit. So we've got one more game left in this Group C, and it's going to be Danielsson as he takes on Wawrzewski.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where I'm joined alongside Tommy Lishman, the winner of Group C. Tommy, many congratulations. Through to tomorrow night's final. It's been a great week for yourself and another thing to tick off the list.
Absolutely buzzing. I've not played well. I don't think the numbers might say that. I've just not felt very comfortable all day. I was so nervous. I don't get nervous, but I have been today. So nervous. And it's Pontus. He was so good. He just was putting me under pressure non-stop, and I've never had such a shaky hand.
Is that because you knew exactly what was at stake and how big a moment it is for you to qualify for a Saturday night?
Absolutely. I've been looking at the table, not all night, but when I've looked at it, and I knew beating Robert was massive. If Robert beats me, it drags three of us back into it. And then Pontus just come out firing. He was so good. I think that's his best game of the week. I'm chuffed for him really as well.
So, going through to tomorrow night's final, it's going to be quite the occasion. I hear it's a bit of a family occasion as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my mum's 60th tomorrow. I've told them not to come down, but we never know. But happy birthday, Mum.
See, there you go. Birthday shout-outs only here at the Super Series. But just quickly about tomorrow night, in terms of what you've done in your career, in terms of nights in darts, is this the biggest one yet?
Yeah, I would say so, absolutely. The 9 was the biggest thing, but now qualifying is better than that, I think.
Well, Tommy, many congratulations. Throwing some great stuff this week. We'll see you again tomorrow night. Right, one final game to go as far as we're concerned here at the Live Lounge. And it's going to be a final run out for Pontus Danielsson here at the Live Lounge. He takes on David Wawrzewski, who has also made it through alongside Tommy. I'm going to head up to the comms box to join Lord Turner. He's a very happy man.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And yeah, great to hear from our Group C table topper. Interesting to hear that it was nervy, but all paid off well in the end. And he was really pushed today when looking back over the results. Lishman was 4-3 against Robert Thornton. It was then 4-3 against Danielsson, that game that he referenced where Pontus played so well for such a long period of time.
Pontus to throw first.
Did get a nice straightforward 4-0 over Armstrong, but then was pushed again by Whitlock and ran out a 4-3 winner there. So knows how to find a deciding leg winner, but all eyes now on Pontus Danielsson. And he's playing
42.
David Wawrzewski. Wawrzewski played himself into a good position in this group and now finds himself 60. In second place and will be joining Tommy Lishman in tomorrow's finals.
$28.
Danielsson found himself in that unenviable position up to the last match of not actually having won any games, but he himself ground out a victory over Mason Whitlock, 1-4-1 at an 85.76. His numbers that he's posted today have been very good.
58. $131. $100. David Ivakoy, 170.
We've seen a couple of big fish hit this week. Not going to have another one here from Wazzy.
60. $41. David Ivakoy, 110.
And triple 18 for double 18.
92.
Just inside. Has got time. May opt to switch. 18, one of those numbers. If you do split, leave yourself on 9. It can become quite awkward. And he does have a bit of time on his side because Pontus
65.
struggling to
David Ivakoy, 18.
Struggling to find the target. Double 2.
14. Pontus Ivakoy, 167.
Well, Pontus, you did hit this yesterday. Took out the 167 and against Robert Thornton. Not going to replicate.
46. David Ivakoy, 4.
Yeah, is that awkward? Has to move across the oche. Not sure which way to go. Has really done a good job blocking the target.
2.
Slides it over and
Position require 121.
as mentioned, when you do split the 18, it does become a bit less straightforward. For the ball.
96. David require 2. No score. Pontus require 25.
Yeah, and another chance here for Pontus to get a leg on the board. Double 8.
Game shot.
Does find double 4, and it is 1-0 to Danielsson.
Second against David to throw first.
Pleased to say that Henry has hot-footed it up back to the comms box.
Hello again. Hello, everyone. Just when everybody thought that there was some peace and quiet.
58.
Fair to say that I didn't miss a Brahma with a leg.
92.
But Danielsson on the board. If he can finish with 2 wins, then it represents a best day for him here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it'd be a nice way to sign off. I mean, he was lucky.
99.
Got away with it a bit there. It was Wawrzewski who missed 9 at the outer ring in that first leg.
137.
That's a much better second for Wawrzewski, who spurt 9 darts at a double in the first leg.
100.
Well, that was dangerous, wasn't it, dart 3?
Did look a bit thrown in a very similar vein as the first 2.
44.
Well, this is for a leg half as good as the last.
Game shot the second.
1-1.
David Wawrzewski.
Be half as good? Or would it be twice as good?
Laura, it's been a long week.
So leg it's Pontus to throw first. Game on.
Sorry, Henry.
I know, it's that part of the day. Pick on Henry, okay.
49.
Yeah, you do get your own back when you can.
$45.
Don't forget, though, we do have another session tonight.
45.
Myself and Laura will depart, and Scott Mitchell and Chris Murphy will arrive from 10 p.m. on
58.
the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B comes to a close, comes to a culmination. Remember, Sebastian Wawrzewski, a solitary win tonight away from qualified through to finals night once again, looking to make it through to a second Champions Week here at the Super Series is the poll.
94.
Yeah, it's felt like a very unusual night actually for a group B last night. Here with Chris Murphy myself, and it was a real mixed bag of performances and results.
45.
Say the star performer was Sebastian, but Paul Hogan just narrowly behind him. But I think that third spot, that's really up for grabs for the rest of the field.
97. $133. $105. David Ivacon, 126.
Again, using that ball to make. Yeah, both in. Double 6.
Game shot.
All academic anyway from Danielsson's
David
point of view.
Wawrzewski.
Great 1-2-6 check out there for was this?
Well, against David to throw first.
It's getting long. It's Wawrzewski.
As I say, it's been a long day, Laura.
96.
I'm going to stick to Wazzy from now on in.
Was his name?
Yeah, very good.
93.
Well, for Pontus, it's his last game of the week. And
96.
his story, just to even be here, has been a spectacular one. As a teenager, struggled with dartitis and had to change from throwing right-handedly to left-handedly. Spoke it candidly to me in the week all about it. Took a bit of time away from the sport to undertake studies. And it's only really been in the last few years as he's taken the sport a little bit more seriously. He hasn't played maybe as much in terms of the circuit events that we see many other players from the Scandinavian region, but he did play that ADC European qualifier. He won it and he found a way here, and he could take a lot of pride from that.
Yeah, as you say, really is a phenomenal story.
64.
Dartitis, one of those things that has destroyed careers of dart players. So to actually come back and be playing with your weaker hand and making it here, as you say, it's exceptional.
92. David McCoy, 106.
And arguably today has really shown signs of top-level darting.
70.
Really had some top-level finishing there from Wazzy.
90.
And so Danielsson, 90 for 2-2. Goes bullseye first. And he's going to head back to a blocked ball.
41. David McCoy, 36.
I just wonder whether 25 was the better play because he had no sight of that bullseye. Wawrzewski sighting up a double line and sighting up a 3-1 lead.
David Wawrzewski.
We are going to hear from David once this game is done, and we're going to get his thoughts on
Pontus to throw first.
The group and his chances going into Saturday evening's final.
137.
Pontus hoping to finish with a flourish.
100. $58.
Yeah, slight lead here for Pontus, but was he just about able to track down that last treble 20 with a nice deflection off the two already in the board.
$59. $81.
Well, David Wawrzewski now is 220 points away from a 4-1 victory to round off his Group C campaign. We're going to watch him tomorrow night in the finals.
42.
For Pontus, well, this may well spell the end of the road, but as I mentioned earlier on, the story that got him here has been an inspirational one, and we wish him all the very best. And we hope to
60.
see him back here soon. But for Wawrzewski, he's hoping to file his papers with a 160 out.
Yeah, we saw him take this out earlier on today against
45.
Armstrong.
David McCoy, 160.
Well, he's already hit a 160 today.
100.
But he's not going to find it a second time.
160.
Yeah, same target here for Danielsson. Can he also find that treble target?
60.
Not quite.
David McCoy, 60.
So to end with a win, tops for Wawrzewski. A win for Wawrzewski to end the session with a victory. And he will head through now to tomorrow night's final. A lovely embrace between himself and Pontus at the end of that one. But for Wazzy, well, he will be heading through to the finals tomorrow night. A 4-1 winner against Pontus Danielsson to round off Group C, a Group C which was won by Tommy Lishman. It was a high-quality Group C. We saw great drama, great matches, and we see two great players make their way through to the finals tomorrow evening. Tommy Lishman as the group winner and David Wawrzewski, the other player to make it through in second spot. And myself and Laura will have a chat with David in a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are joined alongside David Wawrzewski. David, many congratulations through to tomorrow night's final. And you played some really good stuff en route.
Thank you very much. I found it hard today. Maybe the pressure got to me the first game against Mason. But when I needed to win against Robert was the one that was the turn for me, yeah. So I am really chuffed. I'm really over the moon.
We had a chat yesterday before the session began, and we spoke about you as a player and your evolution as a player. Did it feel like those steps in the right direction really came to fruition at times? Because under pressure, you played your best darts.
Yeah, it was today, and even yesterday. Everything seemed to work today. Everything seemed to be where it needed to be, and it's all in the right direction. And I'm really looking forward to tomorrow night. I really am.
Well, Laura, you've been watching David in the commentary box today. What were you so impressed by with him?
I think it's the bounce back, actually. Like you said, you suffered that defeat against Mason quite early on, and you didn't quite look comfortable or settled, or it could be the pressure, as you say. There's lots of things that go through a dart player's mind. But for me, the way that you can bounce back, and you almost looked like you had a different body language on there. You were really focused. So I don't know if something switched for you.
No, it is. It's you're right. It's focus. I have trouble, like I would lose a leg or lose two legs and my head would drop, and it's not happening at the minute, and whatever it is I'm doing is working for me, and I'm just going to carry on as I am. It's working, so yeah.
It most certainly is.
And you're finishing under pressure. We're just seeing a couple of your outs there against Darren Armstrong. They were probably the turning points of the day in your favour.
Yeah, the 120, and the 120 was massive, and then to follow up with the 160, well, yeah, it was good, yeah.
So, into tomorrow night's final. This feels like another step, another part of the David Wawrzewski darting adventure.
Yes, we'll see what tomorrow brings, but it's going to be fun. Let me tell you, it's going to be fun.
Would you like some news?
If you tell me I'm in Lee's group, then I'm in Lee's group.
You're playing him in the first game of the night.
I knew that was coming.
What's that going to be like? Because you two are close mates. Obviously,
we're really good friends with London, and plus with our Welling Travel Challenge tour together. Yeah, it's going to be good, and I know Lee's going to have 400, 500 people here tomorrow, but I know them as well. So yes, when I'm not playing Lee, they'll be hopefully supporting me. So which would be nice.
How many are you due, Dan? You got a few coming down?
I haven't a clue. Nothing was I don't arrange anything to come down, so my arranging starts as soon as we've finished.
Well, we'll have another chat with you in just a second. Myself and Laura are going to round up what else we've seen today in terms of the table first and foremost, because Tommy Lishman was the player who won the group, 18 points to his name, David on 14, Robert on 10. Let's just quickly talk about Tommy, because today, again, played some really good stuff. He's playing at this level, which is just so high, but yet so attainable as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting hearing you speak to him, actually, because he said he was quite nervous, which it does surprise me. But actually looking back over the results that he had today, all bar one, he was pushed 4-3. He really was pushed, and he just found a way to just get over the line, find that last leg. I was surprised because I never felt like he was in too much trouble, because he just always looks quite comfortable and confident up on the stage. But yeah, he did what he needed to do, and like I say, tops the group, and he avoids Lee.
What about Robert Thornton? Because he had a dart to win Group A, had chances today. Would he feel like this week was a little bit of a missed opportunity for him?
I think so, yeah. I think a lot of the players, may look back on that. And I think for Robert especially, because of the way that he went through Group A and could have topped it, then ends up in Group C and then comes back and finds himself just in that kind of bridesmaid position once again and not quite making it. Yeah, probably disappointed because he's used to being in the finals as well. So, yeah, just want to maybe reflect on and just come back a bit stronger next time.
David, just fine. I want to talk a little bit away from darts for yourself. We saw you earlier on today where the Alzheimer's Society, Forget Me Not, and I know it's a charity very close to your heart, and you've done some great fundraising work for them over recent months as well.
Yeah, no, it's very close to my heart. My mum's got a disease called Lewy body's disease, which is Alzheimer's, dementia, and I can't think what it is, Parkinson's. And yeah, me and my son, we did a 13-mile walk a couple of months ago, which was great, and I will raise money for as far as it will take me. So yeah, it's very, very close to my heart. So yeah.
Not just a great dart player, but a great guy as well.
Thank you very much.
Great work you've done with that charity. So David, many congratulations on making it through to the final. Laura, thank you for your company today.
Thank you.
Enjoy Blackpool over the course of the next few days, and we'll see you later on tonight, 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel, to see how Group B is going to come to a culmination. It's Sebastian Wawrzewski that holds all the cars, but Group C was a little bit fiery because the Flame made it through and he was on fire.